the jazz iceberg. So an iceberg is indeed a big ice cube. There's this iceberg meme where you can see, it's usually you have a subject and then you go down, and the further down you go, the more obscure it gets into incredibly unknown things that no one ever heard about from jazz. I, of course, know everything, so it'll be easy. The top layer is, of course, the basics, the most easy, imaginable things. Starting with the basic, the first one, Louis Armstrong, right here. This is the basic iceberg, the part that you see. Louis Armstrong, right here. Who knows who Louis Armstrong is? Of course, Louis Armstrong, world famous. Hello, Dolly. What a wonderful world. If you don't know Louis Armstrong, I mean, as a musician, you have to get started somewhere. Usually people that are not really into jazz, they think of the New Orleans type of jazz, where you improvise together, where you do like this counter things. Louis Armstrong, great singer, lots of records with Ella Fitzgerald. He's the face of jazz. I think he was like the Justin Bieber of the 20s, 30s. He was everywhere. So yeah, Louis Armstrong. Great place to start. So What is, of course, the Miles Davis tune, where you have, D minor for a whole bunch of time. Everyone has to know that if you go to jazz, if you want to play jazz, if you want to play jazz with people, you have to know So What. And a great Miles Davis solo there to check out. So What. I think it's maybe, if you want to get started on jazz, it's like the easiest and coolest thing that you can learn, and especially on guitar. If you just do like, then you already sound cool, and you can just move that around and just go crazy. It's like a shortcut into jazz. So Louis Armstrong, So What, they're next to each other, but they are in different time zones, time-wise, of our timeline of our lives. As in, Louis Armstrong, of course, was very popular in the 20s, 10s, in the band of King Oliver. So What came later with another trumpet player, Miles Davis. And I believe So What was in the end of the 50s, before the 60s. John Coltrane, who played also in the original recording of So What. John Coltrane, of course, one of the most, if not the most famous jazz saxophone player. Giant Steps, he brings the nightmares to everyone. He's a huge practice freak. You have to know him. Many different phases. He played with a lot of records of Miles Davis, Steaming, Cooking. I don't know by heart if he played on all of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if he was in all those bands. He played live with Miles Davis a lot. He recommended Wayne Shorter to Miles Davis, so he was responsible for organizing part of the band of the famous Miles Davis quintet that did like all those other recordings that were more open, because he wanted to do his own thing. So he's like one of my biggest examples, John Coltrane. But yeah, he is on the top because he was very popular. Like, you had I think with My Favorite Things was when his record when he became a huge star. And yeah, John Coltrane, one of the greats ever. Jazz is dead. I don't know exactly who started with this phrase, but it is let me see. Jazz is dead. That's where the famous saying of people that are so pessimist that no one listens to jazz nowadays anymore. No one, you don't hear jazz on the radio. You don't hear jazz on TV necessarily, unless it is about the Second World War or about things that happened a long time ago. So it is a famous, popular statement to make. I can look up quickly. There's even a website, jazzisdead.com. It's a record label. Wait. It's a hip-hop jazz. What? It's a song? And it's a cover band from Grateful. Now, they've taken it too far now. Who came up with this? Jazz is dead. Who said jazz dead? When I asked Brian Kane, a professor in the Department of Music at Yale College, he said, "Jazz is dead if one thinks about a certain set of narrow conventions to define it. If it has to look like jazz of the past, jazz is dead. I believe this is the root of popular belief that jazz is dead." From the Yale Daily News. So, I mean, you can say this about jazz, but you can also say this about a lot of different music styles. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're dead. It's just more the popular belief. Yeah. Soul is also an important part of jazz. I mean, of course, like Aretha Franklin. This is a famous soul jazz. Was very popular in the 60s, together with Bossa Nova. Ella Fitzgerald. Everyone knows Ella Fitzgerald. Sang together with Louis Armstrong on that famous CD. This is basics. Basics. You have to know this. The best, well, not the best, but the defining scat singer on standards. If you want to look up how to scat, you have to check Ella Fitzgerald. And you can also check Louis Armstrong. But he has a very different way than Ella Fitzgerald. Ella did treat scatting more as an instrument, as an instrumentalist than Louis Armstrong. 251, who knows, who could forget the famous, the hit, oh, I messed up the 251. I'll try again. Wait. Does that sound like a 251? I think that is just 251. It's the backbone of all jazz. It's what most songs are all derived from in the real book. It doesn't necessarily mean that there were 251s everywhere. I think if you know about music theory, then you know that a 1 can be followed by a 5, and a 5 can be followed by a 2. So I think jazz musicians, if they wanted to have a 5 somewhere on a melody because they thought it was nice, then you just put a 5. And if you put a 5, then you might as well put a 2 to get more movement. So sometimes 4 bars of 1 would become 2-5-1, 2-5-1 in 4 bars. Because, just to get more movement in it. And that's why you hear it so much. And then just by having that sound of getting harmonic movement on something that could be more static from the older times, then you can mess around with these things that you expect, and then you get all these different 2-5-1s that we know today. There's many variations, also like which type of 1, where does the 2-5-1 go to, or is it the one real, the original one, or is it another 2-5-1, or is it like how do you say, a sequence of 2-5-1s where you have, so you can have a song that's like, you can rhythm changes, you can have rhythm changes where it's just like where it's just the 1 and the 5. You can even have rhythm changes where it's just the 1. And then you can add a 5. And then you can add a 2 before that. And that's how, and then you can add like a 2-5 chromatically in front of that other 2-5. Like this type of things. And sometimes you just have like this. And your lines can imply a 2-5-1. Well, whatever. Just it's the backbone of jazz harmony. It's the thing that makes movement in a typical jazz harmony, and especially when it goes so fast during bebop, it was very handy to have it, because it's just the best way to have a harmonic movement while still staying on the same key without having to modulate or without having to think about 6s and 4s and going to the 4th degree. It's just a super handy tool to make that sound. And it also sounds great on the bass. You have like that 4th thing, movement. It's just great. Nothing wrong with 2-5-1s, nothing to be ashamed about. Ragtime, that comes before Louis Armstrong. Scott Joplin, I believe. Very piano orientated. There were also piano players who took the stride type of playing from that piano, and you can hear still like Monk, for example, using this type of thing, and it's really cool. You can also do it on guitar, like a. Like this type of things. Of course, it doesn't have the sound of the piano, but very different instruments can imitate this sound. You also have sometimes lower brass instruments, saxophone, trumpet, trombone, where they imitate this sound also in some arrangements or from big band stuff, some hits. So it's definitely you hear this idea a lot from the stride piano in ragtime. Of course, it goes much more deeper than just the stride piano. You have types of compositions. It's much more, still much more classical influenced. Yeah, but definitely worth checking out. And sometimes you think that it's old, but the things that you hear, like the maple leaf rag, it sounds insanely modern, very syncopated, super rhythmic. It's definitely a really cool genre to check out. Duke Ellington, big band leader, everyone knows. Standards, each standard from Duke Ellington, who actually a lot of standards from him were also written by Billy Strayhorn, or by, I believe, Caravan was written by his trombone player. I don't remember now the name. He wrote Caravan and Perdido, I think, also. But he was a great leader. He also had he had a lot of celebrity status during the big band era in the 30s, and was a very good leader, very charismatic. And later on, he also had a small post big band era where he played more like bebop, or his version or his way of playing more free. You have this really cool album with him and Charles Mingus, and I believe Max Roach, Jungle Money or something, where he plays I think it was in the 60s, and he plays really well, and very open, very different type of style, and it makes you a bit think. You can see that he checked out Monk, so he was not someone that was so proud that he would not check people that came after him to learn new things. He's definitely someone that was always looking forward, always mixing things, always trying things. He also, of course, played with John Coltrane, Duke Ellington and John Coltrane. Great album, great duo album with, of course, the band from Coltrane, except McCoy Tyner. Yeah, it's excellent artist. I have a question. Whenever you transcribe phrases from other players, how do you go about doing it? Maybe it's because I don't have much vocabulary, but I end up tending to repeat phrases a lot throughout tunes. There's nothing wrong with learning phrases a lot throughout tunes. It's actually good. So when you say how do you go about doing it, you have different steps. So first is how do you choose? And so you have to, there's something that you catches your ears, and then since if you're still trying to build vocabulary, I believe that by inserting things, so you can have a section where you improvise, and then you add some vocabulary that you transcribed, and then force it into it, and at a certain point it will become part of you, of your playing automatically. Just like do it a lot, try it out in different places on the guitar or on your instrument, and the more you do it, the more you play around with it, you change it, you modify it, and that's how you build your own vocabulary from things that you like from other people, just like Duke Ellington did. For sure, like crazy to think about it, but yeah, for sure, Duke Ellington transcribed Monk, believe it or not. I'm sure of it. Swing. What does swing mean? Who knows? Swing can mean the style, jazz swing, big band era, or more the small combos that came from big bands. It can be about the feel, the jazz feel, the swing feel, which is a very complicated topic. You have different types of swing feel that comes from different types of different times in jazz. So it can go very deep. It can go lower around here. Maybe it'll pop up later. Miles Davis, we already talked about him. Miles Davis is progress in jazz. He reinvented the style multiple times. He brought great genius in bringing players. He transcribed a lot of singers, Frank Sinatra, for example. And he, like quarter note timing, his way of playing, his way of making it sound dirty, sloppy, just like we listened before with Mark Whitfield. It's like, make it really visceral, really human, actually, and not relying so much on chops, but not that he did not have chops, because he was classical, he educated in classical trumpet, and he knew how to play. Just listen to 7 Steps to Heaven. Like, if he wants to burn, he can play 8 notes in any tempo, no problem. It's just that he has a very different type of interaction things that he's looking for, or different type of approach to improvisation than a Freddie Hubbard, for example. Blues scale. Who doesn't know the blues scale? Very popular also in the bebop, post-bebop, like the hard bop and the soul jazz era, where you would have you have this guitar player, Kenny Burrell, of course, George Benson, where they would mix up jazz harmonies with the blues scale. You get things like on 2-5-1s. Like mixing the blues scale in your lines, different areas or different types of blues scales. Yeah, there's definitely belongs in jazz, blues scales. The lick is the highest rated meme of all time in jazz. I don't know what I can say about the lick. It's a melodic fragment. It's something that people use. I don't think they do it on purpose. Nowadays you don't hear it almost anywhere anymore unless it's on purpose. So it has developed its own meta type of thing. But yeah, it's just, it is what it is. The lick. 12-bar blues. Oh, by the way, if I was not clear enough about the lick is what I just played. So this melody, you hear it a lot in a lot of improvisations, jazz solos, and nowadays it's seen as a meme because you hear it everywhere, from Coltrane to Louis Armstrong to pop songs that have it somewhere because maybe producer was a bit jazzy. It's just something like I could play a line on Giant Steps and end on the lick, for example. I don't know, something like that. Like that you just start variating. 12-bar blues, it's a traditional type of blues that got developed later on to jazz blues, but the original 12-bar blues is of course the 1, stay on the 1, still on the 1, 1 more bar of 1, 4, 2 bars, back to 1, 8 bar, and then the 9th goes to 5th degree, 4th degree, and the 1 again. And then you can do the 5 if you want. And that was 12 bars if you count it along. And then later on, jazz musicians did their own jazz blues type of version, where instead of staying on the 1 for 4 bars, you now go to the 4th and then back to the 1. And then you go to the 4th again on bar 5. So that's something that a traditional blues does not have. And that it comes from the idea of harmonic movement, like jazz musicians added harmonic movement in that area to a lot of songs to make it more counterpoint to when you improvise, to give more interest, to make it more rich, I think. So just by doing that thing where you go to the 4th, you can have a lot of different movements. You can have the where you can do like that thing just by going to the 4th, or not, you just have more options. That's it. and some harmonic movement, because it's a lot of one. Especially if you have like jazz improvisations, it's already rough enough, you know. Whiplash is a movie about jazz education, about jazz conservatory. It was a very good movie, very interesting. Yeah, I'm not a movie reviewer, but I did like the movie. I like jazz. It was nice to see jazz, a movie about the life of people who study jazz. So yeah, it's quite famous nowadays. It's definitely, when people think of jazz, they think of this movie if they've seen it. Or I think it was quite well known, like 10 years ago or 5 years ago, came out. Peanuts. It's getting a bit darker. Peanuts could mean, you know, peanuts could be just people that eat peanuts while they're listening to jazz. It could be salt peanuts, perhaps. Of course, it's salt peanuts. From the tune is a jazz tune from Dizzy Gillespie, where he shouts salt peanuts, and it's hilarious. Trust me, if you hear it, it's like an octave. Something like that. I don't know exactly the notes. The rhythm is like that, and then that high part. That's salt peanut, and sometimes he would shout it instead of playing. So it's also a bit of a meme. What jazz memes? Nat King Cole, famous jazz singer, jazz piano player, very good piano player, made famous the piano trio setting of having piano, guitar, and bass, which was quite tough because piano and guitar in jazz can clash a lot and it can be quite hard, but he made it very famous and he got a lot of success from it. And also, like, just as a piano player, great solos, and as a singer, of course, beautiful voice, most rich, one of my favorite singers. It's just a great singer. Any standard that you want to check, if he sang it, that's definitely the version, like a great version to check out. And also, if you're a guitar player, or a piano player, a good way to listen to those trios, because it really teaches you a lot about the relationship between piano and guitar and how they can work together. Vince Guaraldi, Peanuts. Yeah, I don't know that one, but maybe I'll check it out. I didn't know that Vince Guaraldi also had a tune called Peanuts. It was not on the Christmas album, I guess. Smooth jazz, evolution from, or degeneration from soul jazz. Most people then think of Kenny G, of course, super commercial. But you can also have a lot of smooth jazz that comes from, still very good players that I think we'll see also later on. Smooth jazz is like the typical blend type of coffee shop music or lift elevator music type of thing. So yeah, it's a genre of style, especially popular in the 70s, 80s. Yeah, it's this great player Lee Ritenour that you can classify as a smooth jazz player. Well, it was those animated shows he did the music for called the Peanuts. Really? Huh. Oh, those. Of course. Ah, then I think it's actually referring to this show because now that I think of it, it has a lot of jazz because the kid was like a good piano player that would play like some jazz tunes, or they were like jamming out to jazz and these things from that Vince Guaraldi would play. Because it says only peanuts, then I guess it makes more sense that it's about the show actually than it is about salt peanuts. So yeah, first mistake already. And first phase, but it's a tricky iceberg, you know. Jazz is very tricky. You think it's who listened to jazz for the first time and thought, man, this is easy, I can do this. You know, it seems simple. It's not. And when I say this, I of course mean like smooth jazz or like chill out, relaxed jazz, but it seems simple, but it's not. Like if you have to jam on C minor 7 with like a static band and keep it interesting, that's harder than it looks. Frank Sinatra, of course, who doesn't know Frank Sinatra? The most famous singer of jazz, probably the most famous singer of the century, past century maybe. It's just, yeah, great singer, great timing also. Famous record with Count Basie Orchestra. Yeah, just amazing. I've checked out a lot of standards that he sings just to see how he sings, how he times, how he phrases, and try to imitate, try to transcribe him. It's a very good thing to do, especially for the quarter note timing that he has. Harlem Renaissance. This I do not know. Harlem. Harlem Renaissance was the development of the Harlem neighborhoods. I've never heard of this. The Harlem Renaissance was an intellectual and cultural revival of African American music, dance, art, fashion, literature, theater, politics, and scholarship centered in Harlem, spanning the 1920s and 1930s. Okay. So it included new African American cultural expressions across the urban areas in the Northeast and Midwest United States, affected by a renewed militancy in the general struggle for civil rights, combined with the great migration of African American workers fleeing the racist conditions of the Jim Crow Deep South, as Harlem was the final destination of the largest number of those who migrated north. It's very interesting. That might also explain the development of New York City jazz. I didn't know about it. So it was kind of like a refugee. Harlem Renaissance, very important parts of jazz history. Question. Hi Tiago, I've been following your channel for a while now. I really enjoy your music. Question, how much of what you do is improvised composed? So when what I do, you mean as in when I play live, when I generally play, or as in videos? In videos, I generally have an idea, for example, I want to play like this type of thing, or I want to play like a in-your-face solo, or I want to play more chilled out solo, or I want to try out a certain type of lick from a vocabulary that I learned somewhere, and I want to like insert that somewhere. And but most of it is improvised. Yeah. I also play a lot of classical music. From time to time pops up. Sometimes I do arrangements, chord melody arrangements. Those are composed or I guess arranged. Um, yeah. Um, love his records with Jobim. Yeah. I. You mean Vince Guaraldi recorded with Jobim? That would be amazing. Did he really? I'm really missing out on the Vince Guaraldi train. I know that Vince Guaraldi recorded with a really good Brazilian guitar player, Bola Sete, who's very good. They have some really cool YouTube videos on of them for the band and Bola Sete playing together. Very cool. So Vince Guaraldi Jobim. No, he did play some tunes from Jobim. Oh, no, I meant Sinatra. Sorry. Okay. Man, Sinatra. That's even... Oh, wait, I get it. Jobim and Sinatra. Yes. Very good records. Definitely. There's a story like... about how Jobim did not want to go to the USA and sing with Sinatra because he did not like to travel. He wanted to stay in Brazil and everything, but it was good for his career, so he got kind of forced to do it. It's crazy to think about, but yeah, in the end, Jobim did live. Jobim did live for a period in New York City. But he was very much, he would have preferred to stay in Brazil. But yeah, this record is really good. Also really cool arrangements. New Orleans, next one. We also talked about it. Louis Armstrong, King Oliver, the type of improvisation where you play together. It's the after ragtime, the next development in jazz, so it's still here. Bing Crosby, I'm disappointed in myself. I did expect more. I don't know what Bing Crosby is. I have no idea. You mean like Bill Crosby or Bill Cosby or what the hell is Bing Crosby? I cannot believe this. What? He was an American singer and actor. First multimedia star, he was one of the most popular and influential musical artists of the 20s. What? I've never heard of him. Man. It's been a long time. Swinging on a Star, I'll Be Home for Christmas. Pistol Packing Mama. Man, this sound like bangers, but I don't know it. I'll Be Home for Christmas. White Christmas. I guess he sings the definite version of these like popular songs. Okay. But was he a jazz singer? Did it say it was a jazz singer or more like just a very famous singer that happened to be popular during the jazz era? So then he just used the jazz type of thing. His early career coincided with recording innovations that allowed him to develop an intimate singing style that influenced many male singers who followed, such as Perry Como, Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Elvis Presley. Okay, so that's very interesting. I should check him out. So then, also on Bossa Nova, you have like João Gilberto, of course, very intimate, very, like maybe extremely intimate, like very subtle, very almost speaking wise, like he's like really, he's sitting together with you in a small room, and this type of thing I love. So like this, I didn't know that he was one of the first to do this, and it's interesting then that it was because of the technological progress that happened. He was the Young magazine said that he was the person who had done the most for the morale of overseas servicemen during World War II. The most admired man alive in 1948. Man, he was banging. He was during bebop, you know. He was making money. That's nice. While everyone was doing Donna Lee, this guy was doing White Christmas. You gotta be smart if you want to make it. No, kidding. Of course, I'm sure he's great. I have to check. Bing Crosby was a popular singer in like the 30s and 40s, but I don't know about internationally. Yeah, maybe that's why, because I'm not from the States, so I don't know if maybe it's like obvious for everyone except for me here. I had never heard of him. He's been in probably a lot of movies. I think he has a lot of the crooner's influence. Yeah, Wikipedia fact checked you on that. Bing Crosby. Kenny G is a musician. In the Mood, you have, I think this refers to the Glenn Miller version, like a very popular, I think, big band type of thing. Yeah, and a standard, well, is it a standard? I don't know if people still play it nowadays. In the Mood. Yeah, so the definite version is from Glenn Miller. Not sure if he wrote it. It has lyrics. Did Glenn Miller write In the Mood? Question mark. Glenn Miller's 1939 hit recording of In the Mood made NPR's list of the 100 most important American musical works of the 20th century. Glenn Miller did not write In the Mood. The composing credit goes to Joe Garland. David Miller is not related to Glenn Miller, but he counts that among his life's disappointments. Well, what does David Miller have to do with... And Joe Garland. I wonder if his family of Red Garland. Very famous jazz piano player from that, well, a bit later era. Joe Garland. American saxophonist. You see if he's related to Red Garland. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I can find that now, but if you don't know, Red Garland, for piano players, like the master of block chords, of improvising with block chord style, which on the guitar, if you sometimes can do like chord melody phrases while you're improvising. So for example, if you have 2-5-1, you do a line, And then maybe you mix up the line with some chords, block style chords. But then, well, wait a second. Like this type of thing. But then on piano, he was a master of it. Sometimes he would also play like the same chord, like the same voicing, but just a top note change, a bit like Bill Evans later on did in his own way. It's like block chord style, Red Garland, super important. But yeah, big tangent from Red Garland, Joe Garland, the original composer from In the Mood. Super famous, one of the most important jazz records ever. Wes's chord solos are all drop twos, right? Well, I think so, because it's what sounds sounds like it. I wouldn't say, well, definitely it's not on purpose that he would say I'm going to do drop twos or something like that. I think it's more the sound and being easy to play and having like that sound, more compact type of sound than if you have like different types of intervals above. So it might be that sometimes he doesn't do drop twos because I don't think he's thinking about drop twos necessarily. I haven't thought about drop twos in a long time. So now you've ruined my whole week. Actually, I have to learn drop twos. Improvisation, of course. Improvise. That is one of the most important elements in jazz, you would say, nowadays, and also in that area maybe not so much. It's definitely a misconception that improvisation and jazz is like a very connected thing. If you look at the players from back then, if you go listen to their alternate takes, for example, on some tunes, you see that they're not necessarily improvising everything like 100%. They are doing things that they repeat from different takes. There are some bands, like the modern jazz quartet, for example, where maybe there wasn't so much improvisation, there was a lot more arrangements, and it still had the swing feel, you know. Some big band songs did not have improvisation at all. And some did, and some had a lot of improvisation, and some, of course, bebop tunes had a lot of improvisation. But I am curious to hear, like, if there were some live recordings there, or if you could listen live and see, man, like, you know, how improvised is everything really, because there are things that are repeating, and it's a surface level part of jazz, and you have to know how to do it. But you can argue that the classical musician should also be able to improvise in a certain style, like in Baroque, just like jazz musicians have to improvise in a certain style, like bebop. It's not genre defining, but it's an element that appears a lot. I do have a lot to say about improvisation. Fly Me to the Moon, Sinatra, I think biggest hit with Count Basie. I think everyone knows it. Still sung today by many Sinatra-type singers. Michael Bublé, for example, I think sings him a lot. It's if you have a jazz gig, background gig, and you have to play with a singer, she's gonna she's gonna want to sing "Fly Me to the Moon," or he is gonna, yeah, especially if he's a guy singing, a jazz singer guy, then he'll probably want to do "Fly Me to the Moon." So definitely learn this in all 12 keys, or just do the iReal Pro app, and then you're good to go. Improvisation happens in every music that is not written. Yeah, that's true. And I think improvisation is how songs started to appear, because everything was improvised. Before you can write, you play before, and you did not write. So it's like Wayne Shorter has a quote about how improvisation is composition sped up, I think. Was that the correct analogy? Improvisation is composition. Yeah, because it just happens instantaneously and it's gone. And with composition, it's fixed, and you can develop it, and you have more time to think, and you have more contemplation. But for example, like Beethoven, for example, when he moved, I think where was it, like Austria or Germany or something, before he became a famous composer, he had to establish his name, and he did that by improvising in concerts and getting like really interactive with audiences. Beethoven was an improviser, definitely a very good improviser. Also composers before him like Mozart and such, Bach of course was, but Beethoven was specialized as a live improviser in front of audiences, and that's how he made his name before he managed to make orchestras and make people interested in joining an orchestra to play his suites and compositions. So and I do not believe that he would play everything as it was written there. I think if it was a live performance, he would have taken much more freedom with how he would play classical music. And it's a huge can of worms to go through, but yeah, it's some people. Devin says, transcribing players like Sonny Stitt makes me realize how much he's really worked out. There's so many phrases he repeats. Improvisation is just composition sped up, I would think. Yeah, that's I just talked about it. And yeah, if you start studying, like if you start working out what these players are playing and these people are playing, then you start to see, man, it's actually much more balanced. So like nowadays, classical music is like the extreme arranged type of thing, extremely fixed, the notes that you play. And jazz, if you get started on jazz, is the other extreme, where you have to, when you play a solo, it's like you have to come up with everything on your own. You have to reinvent a jazz solo, and that's absolutely not true. Like these players, these guys, were not reinventing the language every time they played a solo. There's many things that they worked out, and especially when it's higher tempo, they've definitely worked out a lot of things that they would like to play, that they would like to show up on improvisation, and they have to get the technique down to be able to play it. And also themes, melody, how you play a melody, how you interpret it on a ballad, for example. These things would be working out to a certain degree. And it's a very important element to not forget. So when we hear Coltrane play I'm old-fashioned, for example, do not think that he just walked into the studio and let's play my old-fashioned, and he just came up with a melody how he played it there. These things have been very well thought about. Where's the Bach bootlegs? If you can find a Bach bootleg, you're going to be a millionaire. But wait, how? There's not even... Man, I'm getting trolled. Yeah, it's a shame when people only learn arranged music. Yeah, Well, I think you miss a lot of the spontaneity from improvisation. Improvisation does not only mean that you come up with new notes, it can also be interaction, dynamics. You play things in a certain type of way differently than others. And if it's very arranged and you don't know how to get out of it, it can be very fixed, that the way that you're going to play. And that can feel uninspiring. And the audience, it's harder to connect then. What killed improvisation in classical music was sheet music pressing, and in popular music is recordings. Yeah, that's another whole can of worms, like big debates that you can have about it. That's what Devin just said. Oh yeah, bebop is like a sport. Yeah. Well, it's definitely the Olympics of jazz. We both just watched the same Wayne Shorter interview, I think. Could be, but it's very true. Yeah. Man, the first Louis Armstrong tire. We're over. We're gonna go underwater for quite a long time, actually, because we're not even close to half. Man, there's a lot to go through, and we have to pick up. So I have to keep the tangents, keep these different topics under control. Otherwise, I'm just gonna start opening cans of worms after cans of worms, and it's before we know it, we're debating conspiracy theories or something. There's gonna be some conspiracy theories here, that's for sure. Giant steps. Talk about working out things before you play it. Do you think that what Coltrane played on his recording of Giant Steps is 100% improvised? Do you think it's 50% improvised? I think it's less than 50%. I think he worked out a lot of the things that he played there, and you can also hear it if you transcribe it, and there's nothing wrong with it. Same thing for Countdown on his recording. A lot of these things, you see it. If you transcribe it, you see like these patterns popping up under the same chord. It's vertical preparation type of thing. And there's nothing wrong with it because it sounds great, and you listen to the record and it sounds great. It's what it is. But it's a super important composition, Giant Steps. Major thirds modulation based off an augmented triad, G, B, D sharp. So the G augmented triad, or you can see, or the B augmented triad, or the E D sharp augmented triad, however you want to see it. And he would modulate through those based upon his, I call it his own theories, because at a certain point, I think it's really thinks this is something that he came up with. I don't think it's fair to say that he just copied this from someone or something. You do see, for example, on Fei Fo Fa Fum or something from Wayne Shorter, you do see that he did use some Coltrane changes before Coltrane, I think. And Wayne Shorter and Coltrane would study a lot together. So it's funny to see how different their approaches was. Yes, we're on the train tire and we're going to be here until breakfast. Yes. Well, I mean, we're in Europe. I guess you're also in Europe. So it's going to be a long night. Now I'm going to pick up the pace. Giant Steps. Oh, yeah. I just went through that. So, yeah. Nice. Very nice. Also, very nice piano solo on the original recording that has been memed infinitely times nowadays. But Tommy Flanagan, the piano player, he did redeem himself, and he did a great piano trio recording of Giant Steps, and he sounded amazing on it. Recommend everyone to check out Tommy Flanagan Trio Giant Steps. Great recording. And he can play Giant Steps 10 years later. Coltrane worked it out to sound like a badass. Then he just hands the lead sheet to Tommy Flanagan and say good luck. And he also, after the piano solo, he just comes in destructive. He comes in like a maniac, and everyone is hanging for their life, trying to survive this tune. If you hear like the drummer, Art Taylor, I think it was, he's actually like phrasing, like his drum phrasing, he's hinting as if the form is repeating one bar earlier or something, I think. So he's actually also lost the form in a way. The bass player is the, like, I think Paul Chambers, I think is the one that's actually keeping up with the form, because I think the drummer, if you listen to the CD, to the recording, he's kind of, the drummer also lost the form actually before the piano solo, like during the saxophone solo already. And Train comes in and it's clear immediately when he comes. Coltrane worked it out. Yeah, this. I read a paper where a dude traced Coltrane trying those changes while he was doing big band work. Interesting. It was something he was noodling for decades, and he didn't even give a fuck. He just really static. Yeah, you know, he paid for those people to be there, I think, like, because Tommy Flanagan was like a studio musician back then, so he paid for that solo. So let's think about it. Chorus and bridge. Chorus and bridge. You can see this in different ways. So you have in standards, you have the form AABA, for example, where the A is the theme, the main theme, and then you have the B part where you have a variation. You go somewhere else, and then you go back to the A. I think monk tunes are almost, by majority, there are AABA tunes. Yeah, there's a lot of standards before monk, of course, that were also chorus and bridge. I call it now chorus and bridge, but originally it's AABA. It's not thought about as chorus and bridge. But nowadays, of course, with pop music, it eventually, the AABA form developed into standards had verses before, where you would sing, like, before all the things you are, you have a verse that you sing before. Yeah, you have this verse, and from there, the verse, you have the chorus, all the things that you are. That's the chorus of the song, actually. And in jazz, we mostly play the chorus, and then you can say that the B part is like the bridge, and that the verses were not really played by instrumentalists. So sometimes Stardust usually has the verse played quite often. And from there, these things developed into the pop music, where you have verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. It all originates from this Tin Pan Alley type of songs that we saw on the tire above from the era of Louis Armstrong. No wrong notes. That means that in jazz there's no wrong notes. I think it was Miles Davis who had the exact quote. No wrong notes. Quotes. Yes, I agree. You even have it in a inspirational type of poster. There are no... Wait. There are no wrong notes in jazz. Only notes in the wrong places. Miles Davis. That's actually a very good quote. Which is true, you know. As I said before, if you start thinking about your instrument more as percussion and more as like rhythm and time fill being the most important thing, then you start to realize if you play whichever note you want on the whichever chord you want, it's going to be fine. You're going to be well, you're not going to be fine. You're going to sound a bit out, but it's just, if it sounds awkward, then maybe it's not in the wrong place where it's supposed to. So that's the quote. There are no wrong notes. And nowadays it's a meme that you can play whatever you want. And by jazz, there's no wrong notes, and you just play whatever. Dominant sevens. Yeah, that's a big can of worms. Dominant sevens. Yeah, it's the 5 of a 2-5-1. It's the dominant chord. You can also see it as the blues chord with the seventh and these things. Yeah, it's a very important chord, maybe the most important chord in jazz. Dude, brilliant corners from Monk don't have a good take. They had to glue a bunch of takes to release. Really? No way. Are you? Brilliant corners. Take? Glue? Wow. A dozen takes. On October 15th, Monk attempted to record the title track with the same band during a 4-hour session. The complexity of the title track became a challenge for Monk's sideman, who attempted 25 takes, led to tension between him and Henry, who nearly broke down mentally, and Pettiford, who exchanged harsh words with Monk during the session. Monk tried to make it easier on Henry by not playing during his alt solo. During one of the takes, producer Horin Keep News and others in the control room could not hear Pettiford's playing and checked his bass microphone for a malfunction, but ultimately realized that he was phantoming his playing. What? He was just playback? Without a completed single take, Keep News ultimately pieced together the album version from multiple takes. On December 7th... Wait, so they failed. They didn't even got a take? And then the producer just glued it together? What? On the 7th, and Monk is a savage. I wish I was alive to meet Monk and get insulted by him and then get in a fight with him. Imagine if you get in a fight with Monk. Have you ever heard him speak on interviews and stuff? You have no idea what he's saying, and he's just pissed off, and he's coming right at you. Like, what do you do? Like, you're trying to record Brilliant Corners with him. It's like take number 19, and he's just like going and like angry at you, and you're like, what am I supposed to do? I guess you just have to fight it. Monk would piss me off too. It's one of the best Monk. That's true. It's one of the best. Bit of studio magic, not the end of the world. Yeah, it's true, but it's a bit sad like that. The sidemen were so afraid of him that they were just starting to mimic their playing, that they were not playing anymore. They were so afraid of him. And I think no one knew what was going on with, like, what he wanted, actually. Too. It's a great record. But yeah, Dominant Sevens. I'm sure there's a lot of Dominant Sevens on that one. Birth of Cool. That's the start of Cool Jazz with Miles Davis. With how was it called? Gil Evans, the arranger. Cool Jazz, where it's more mellow type, not as aggressive as New York bebop. More arranged also. And more melodic. as in more longer notes in the melodies, also more melodic type of melodies instead of based off 8 notes and these things. It's just a very different type of phrasing. Also, I believe in the record he also had classical musicians on the band. Yeah, very important, very popular also. Kind of the start of smooth jazz, if you think about it. Chord symbols. Yeah, chord symbols. We can check it out very fast. As everyone knows it, if you're into jazz, you've seen it. If you've played jazz, you have a lot of different types. I think you also have a lot of different types to do, like the major 7. You can do them yeah, like this. I did learn that if you use a symbol, like if you use a certain type during your lead sheet, you should stick to it, otherwise it gets confusing, which is true. Like there are some of the chord symbols that can mess you up, like if you're not sure if your lowercase m is not too different from the uppercase M, and then maybe they think it's a C major but without a 7th, or do you write C, but you usually don't write C M for C major, but some people do get confused from it. So it is good to like choose, like be very clear, okay, for C major 7s I'm going to write this symbol and these things, to not do confusion, to avoid confusion. Come on, Bird of Cool is not smooth. Yeah, it's not smooth, but with jazz you have like the big band, New Orleans, ragtime. It had all been very aggressive, very bluesy, very in your face type of playing. The blues type of phrasing, the type of way to play a note, and with Cool of Jazz, they started to do a very different approach. But of course, it's not smooth jazz. It's not Kenny G. It's not something. But it is more. It's more introspective. Kind of Blue is more introspective than Steaming with the Miles Davis Quintet. Triangle and the word, yeah, chord symbols can give a lot of confusion. Johnny Hodge, famous saxophone player from Duke Ellington Big Band. I believe he played Sophisticated Lady, I think. He was like his feature. Yeah, also, I think he composed some tunes. It's very good tone, very good sound. Wes kind of started smooth, but he still kills on it. Yeah, my opinion. Yeah, I really like Wes's. I think all the records I really like. There is a funny TV appearance. Maybe we can watch it later on another time, where you see him play with a singer, and he's playbacking because his guitar is not even plugged in, and it's live on TV, and he's just it's a bit sad. Like, it's an amazing player. You can trust that it's gonna sound fine, but I guess maybe they didn't want to mic an amp or something, or it's just more practical. Girl from Ipanema, famous Jobim Bossa Nova tune. Deceptively difficult. It's a A-A-B-A form. The A part is based off Take the A Train. Take the A Train. The chords for Take the A Train from Duke Ellington. And the B part is very has some very surprising chord changes. However, there is a secret about Girl from Ipanema that not many people know about. Unfortunately, because I don't have top audio right now, I don't think I can listen to it. But Johnny Alf, I believe, who originally sang The Girl from Ipanema. Girl from Ipanema is a Brazilian bossa nova jazz song that was written in 1962 by Jobim and Moraes, Vinicius de Moraes. The first recording came in 1962 by Peri Ribeiro, but it only became a worldwide hit in 1964 with a version by Astor Gilberto and Stan Getz. However, the version from Johnny Alf is also very interesting because the chords are more close to the original version of Jobim that he intended. And especially on the B part, there's the original changes from Girl from Ipanema that actually make more sense. And you can see that the Stan Getz version is a more jazzified or a more 2-5-1 type of thinking version of the harmony from Girl from Ipanema. It's very interesting to see the differences between the original harmonies from Jobim pieces and the jazz Americanized versions, the United States of America versions of these things. And yeah, Johnny Alf was a great musician. Yeah, definitely. Not very well known outside of Brazil, I think. Pentatonics, Coltrane, you know where it's going. Sidestepping, for example, like that you play pentatonic scale of 5 notes that you can play over whatever. It's like the blues scale, but in 1 note less. If you play the pentatonic minor, you can play major pentatonic. You can play many different types of colors. You can superimpose pentatonics on top of pentatonics, on top of pentatonics, on top of pentatonics, on top of other chords, which Coltrane did. You can go very far into it. You can start thinking in patterns because it's such a close type of sound. Close type of thinking with the pentatonics, but it is a more open sound, I think. Coltrane pentatonics go, I think, Louis Armstrong also did a lot of major pentatonic solos on his trumpet and everything. With bebop, it started to leave again the pentatonics and jazz, and then I think with Coltrane, with post-bop, and especially like My Favorite Things and beyond, after Giant Steps, you started to hear a lot of pentatonics in his playing. Also on his solo from Blue Train, there's some cool pentatonics stuff that he does. Johnny Alf was a great musician, much more well-versed in jazz piano than Jobim. Yeah, we'll have to check him out on the stream. I know I have listened, but I think it's a good idea to listen to him together. SpongeBob. SpongeBob. SpongeBob jazz. Oh, apparently. Apparently there's a character in SpongeBob that's called Kelpie. It's a famous clarinet player whose Squidward it first appears. Also, it appears multiple times. There's He plays smooth jazz on TV in SpongeBob. Yeah, okay, it's a parody of Kenny G. Okay. SpongeBob. I guess it's part of the jazz iceberg. Hey Tiago, you're Portuguese. Yes, I am Portuguese. I did move to Amsterdam when I was 15. So now I'm 29, so I've been almost half of my life in the Netherlands, and I grew up in Portugal. Sim, eu sei falar português. António Carlos Jobim, the famous composer, great composer, one of my favorite composers of all time. It's so much, like there's whole airports, I believe, in Brazil that's named after Jobim. Very super famous also during his lifetime and afterwards. In my opinion, revolutionized jazz harmony with how he wrote tunes in it's amazing. Jobim. There's that SpongeBob clip of them appreciating freeform jazz. Maybe that's it too. Oh yeah, there is that meme from SpongeBob. SpongeBob jazz meme, where they're like, right? Yeah. I haven't seen the clip though. I cannot see the Facebook meme, but freeform jazz. Interesting. There's so many amazing guitarists from Holland. Renier Bass is crazy. Yeah, you should see him live. It's even crazier. Bebop. Of course, bebop, the famous jazz form, arguably the version that of jazz that destroyed jazz from the popular masses, according to some jazz musicians from that era. It came after the Second World War. Might be related. Developed in the famous jam sessions. I don't remember now the exact place, but with Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie, Charlie Christian, Monk was also there, Max Roach, I think, and they would jam and push the boundaries of this thing. And there's some older musicians that liked it and tried to integrate it into their own playing, such as Lester Young, who tried to do some bebop recordings with Oscar Peterson as well. Great recording, for example, of There Will Never Be Another You. And there's also some other players that did not, such as Louis Armstrong, who said that bebop sounded like Chinese. That's a quote from him. I think. So there's people embraced it, some other people did not embrace it. It was never really popular outside of New York, I think. Of course, among musicians it was popular, but not per se that you hear it in the movies from that era, I think. You don't really hear bebop. If you hear jazz, you would hear big band type of things or more orchestra arrangements of standards. It was very aggressive, one of the most challenging forms of jazz to learn, technique-wise, blasting tempos, super slow ballads as well, different types of way of playing, very certain, very specific things that are bebop and things that are not, with phrasing. And if you want to learn, the best way is to check out some Barry Harris teaching videos about what is bebop, how to phrase bebop, from his old masterclasses that you can still find on YouTube. Syncopation, rhythm, timing, a lot of things going on. Jazz ballads, it's just jazz tunes that are played slowly, that are played, ballads. My one and only love. Usually when you refer to jazz ballads, I think usually you mean instrumental versions of ballads, not necessarily the singers. So yeah. I would love to, but I'm in Houston. The only people who come through here are really big names, unfortunately. Well, Renier is starting to be a really big name. He already is here in Europe. But I think he plays sometimes. He had a time that he played a lot in New York, but I don't know, Houston. But then I guess Mike Moreno is from Austin, I think. So not too far. Mike Moreno, also amazing. Milton's, yes, Milton's was the place where those legendary jam sessions happened. In Brazil, you also have a type of place like this. I think it was called Club de Esquina or something, with Milton Nascimento and such. It was very important for Brazilian music scene in the, I think, 60s, 70s. Like, very cool to check out. There's also a band, like a group of musicians that develop some things. Moreno is from Houston. Oh, okay. I thought it was Austin. Man. Usually, Europeans make fun of people from the States for their geography, but usually we do not know much about the geography in the States. Damn. Oh, that's actually a funny story here. Club de Esquina is not a place. I thought they would meet in a bar or something, no? It's the name of the group of friends. Okay, so it was not necessarily that there was like a certain club where they would all go to. When Mike Stern came to Brazil first time, he went to Belo Horizonte and told people to take him to Club de Esquina. Yeah, I would think so too. Good to know. People had to explain it's not a music club. It's cool. Yeah, like, damn. Yeah, I guess like in Brazil, like club can also it be like like in a way club as in like group club, not like club as in bar club. Cannonball Adderley, legendary saxophone player, completely different style from Coltrane, but played together many times, great admirers of each other. Coltrane much more into the pentatonics, post-form type of bebop, and Cannonball Adderley more blues, bebop, soul type of playing. Both very extremely good in their own styles. Yeah, like Sports Club. Yeah. Is Portuguese music a lot different than Brazilian? I'm afraid I don't really know any Portuguese music. Portuguese music, we can go into it another time, is not as rich or as developed as Brazilian music, also not as popular. Different type, much more melancholic, much more less rhythmically and harmonically, of course, rich than Brazilian music. Brazilian music is a whole another level. I don't think there's any music as rich as music that comes from Brazil. And Brazil is so big, and every different region has so many specific things that Portuguese music we do not even cannot even come close to it. Usually Portuguese music is very singer based, singer centric. from the fado music and this thing. So it's very much about accompaniment, and there's not really been a very big development yet to really that Brazil had with Brazil had a period where you had this friction between choro musicians and musicians that wanted to play bossa nova, musicians that wanted to play the samba, like there were always people who are more traditional and don't want to break things, and there comes a new generation. And in Portugal, now there's people among myself that are starting to try to do what Brazil did with samba and bossa nova. We're trying to do that with fado, where we bring more jazz influences into it to bring more richness from different things. I think it's silly to try to keep it as a tradition and not develop the music. It has to be developed, otherwise it won't stay. 50s, 40s music here had a lot of influence of fado, those dramatic stuff, pretty well. So yeah, fado, bolero, a lot of influence to samba composers. Yeah, I hear it in some certain types of Brazilian music, for sure. Herbie Hancock, everyone knows Herbie Hancock, piano player, super famous. Miles Davis, still alive. Great piano player, one of the best. Check out his solo on All of You with live with the Miles Davis Quintet. Great piano solo on All of You. Combos, those are names for jazz bands. Next, in the pocket, that means that you're usually refers to the rhythm section. Or I think you can refer to anyone when you play something that's in the pocket, so something that's more like very rhythmic, clear, and you like popular, that you just is just a way of saying something like then you're playing on the pocket if you play this type of things, instead of playing. If you play more rhythmically ambiguous, or you're playing more laid back, or you're playing more longer notes, it's different than if you play in the pocket, and you're playing like really groovy stuff, or you're playing like really great timing or very specific type of timing. At least that's how I see it. Or like if you play funky, or that means that you can play in the pocket. Art Blakey, Jazz Messengers, the godfather of jazz. A lot of musicians that came through him, that then after him went to the Miles Davis band, such as Horace Silver, Wayne Shorter. Lee Morgan was a trumpet player, so he did not went to Miles Davis band, but he was very admired by Miles Davis, and Lee Morgan admired Miles Davis as well. And also really good drummer. 2 and 4, that means when you play jazz, the 2 and the 4 are very important. You hear it. Some drummers play it all the time, where you have the hi-hat. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, like it. Like that it's the rhythmic metronome from jazz. Jazz waltz, so many. Someday My Prince Will Come, for example. It's just when you have a waltz in jazz feel. 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Very basic. Very basic, as in nothing very scary or conspiratory about jazz waltz. It's just a type of jazz rhythm. Birdland can refer to the club, can refer to the weather report song, composition. Very cool, both. I think Birdland still exists. You have many tunes that refer to Birdland, the club, such as Lullaby of Birdland. There's also some records, famous legendary records recorded in Birdland. Yeah. Time over notes, talked about this. It's when you have this much more importance that you give to your timing, your rhythmic, how you play compared to the notes that you're choosing to play. It's much more important to have good timing, or very, very clear about your time feel. It's actually very important, especially if you're starting out on jazz. It's very easy to get lost on all the notes that you can play, all the chords that you can play, on all the solos that you can play, what you play over this chord, what is this scale, what is this, what is that. But time is the most important thing. If you can play whatever you want, if your timing is not good, if your rhythm is not good, if you cannot play clear rhythm as accompanying, as soloist, you're not going to connect. You're not going to be. No one's going to know what you're trying to play, even if you can play all those notes. Timing is the most important thing. There is no musician that you like that has bad timing. That doesn't exist, unless maybe it's like a pop musician that has like really good composition or really good songwriting, and then I don't know, or they fixed it in the studio or something. But it's something that we're so used to. But it is very important to practice it, and most people we are not born with good time, so it's definitely important. Time over notes. Walking bass, that is typical bass walking rhythm where you have quarter notes walking on a jazz beat. It comes, I think, from the prepared Baroque bass continuum, bass continuum, where you would have bass, where you would have different inversions. And you would put triads on top of them and it would be improvised actually. So this is another area of classical music that's actually improvised. And then bass players would play. It's very common that you play a walking bass when you're playing jazz as a bass player. It just works. It's like you give a quarter note, so you're really keeping the beat. You're locking in with the drums by doing that, and you're outlining the harmony. And that's also the story about time over notes. Walking bass, super important, your timing. Of course, as a bass player, you have to have really good intonation so that the harmony is clear. Walking bass, it's probably the most important element in a jazz band. If you have drums and bass, you really have to have a good walking bass. Otherwise, your band's going to suck. Not just, of course, you have to have a good drummer and you have to have a good walking bass beat if you're playing swing time. Otherwise, you can have the best timing as a soloist. If you're listening to your rhythm section and they suck, you have to ignore them and just play your own good timing. So it's nice to have good walking bass. Yeah. Charlie Parker, most famous saxophone player, one of the best, if not the best musician to have ever lived. Legendary stories about him. Check out the movie Bird from Clint Eastwood. Is a good movie about him. Can get you started on get to know more about him. Invented, you can say, or was extremely important in inventing bebop. Wrote a lot of tunes for it. Wrote a lot of contrafacts, where he would write as we talked about, like he would write solos type of thing, melodies, but they were not really solos. They were much more motive based than his real solos, and he would write these things on standards. So, for example, Donna Lee is actually based off what was it, Indiana or something, like another standard, and he just wrote a bebop melody on top of it, and it's like a contrafact. It's a bebop tune. So most of bebop tunes are contrafacts, and Charlie Parker was, I think, one of the first people that did that, I believe, if not the first. And another thing that most people forget about him, it's there's so much depth about Charlie Parker, how he plays the bebop, how he phrases it. Never underestimate, never think that you can play like Charlie Parker. Never think that it's you get him, because there's a lot of depth into this musician. And also, if you listen to how he plays ballads, if you listen to how he plays with strings, Charlie Parker with strings, it's insane. There's a lot to learn from these recordings. And just as Dizzy Gillespie, he loved Latin music and also did some things with Latin music. I think he also plays Tico Tico no Fubá from Brazil. Would be interesting if instead of Stan Getz we had Charlie Parker with Jobim and Astrud Gilberto, João Gilberto, like playing Girl from Ipanema. It would be interesting. It's insane to me where Bird got his ideas. To me, it's easy to see where Coltrane and others look to for their influence, but nobody before Parker sounded like that. Well, definitely Lester Young was a big influence on him. He also got hired to play with Dizzy Gillespie. Dizzy Gillespie was already doing some big band arrangements that were with musicians that were already pushing things by themselves. They went through war, so there was more changes happening in the music scene there. He had a lot of influences by modern classical music, but for his time, also Stravinsky. There's a story of him playing live somewhere in New York, and Stravinsky walks in with some friends and sits at the table to listen to Charlie Parker. And Charlie Parker sees him. If you listen to the version of All the Things You Are by Charlie Parker, you have this intro. That's a quote from, I believe, Stravinsky. There's a story that Charlie Parker, usually he would start the concerts with like a medium type of swing or thing. He saw Stravinsky and he called Coco, he called like a super high tempo rhythm changes. And on his solo, he quoted Firebird, and Stravinsky went crazy and started clapping and cheering. And it was like at plus 300 BPM speed. It was insane. Live, just on emotion, totally different type of set list. Just to give an idea of how fearless he was, how confident he was, and how knowledgeable he was of things, and how his audio creativity, how big it was. Yeah, very important musician. If not the most important. The Charleston. I think that's this rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think. Let me see. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if it's a dance also. Charleston rhythm. Charleston rhythm is simply a dotted quarter note followed by an eighth note. This rhythm is used all the time and sounds great in both single line playing and comping, but one progression that is specially suited to 12-bar jazz blues. Oh, so it could also technically be on the 3 and the 4 end. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe that would be a bit crazy. Interesting. Benny Goodman. I believe he was the one that played with Charlie Christian. That discovered Charlie Christian. Super important. Jazz guitar player. All right, Francis. Good night. I should be going to bed, man. This is crazy. I'll try to. I'll do my best. I think I can finish it. We'll see how far I get. Good night, man. Nice that you were here, man. Always appreciate to see you. It's a long time already. Benny Goodman. Yeah, one of the most popular swing bands, big band leaders. Great. He also started doing things with smaller bands, smaller combos from big bands. I think he was one of the first, where they would also improvise much more. So, important, definitely. You have Quincy Jones, the arranger from the famous Fly Me to the Moon, Frank Sinatra thing with Count Basie. Huge arranger, huge producer, also for Michael Jackson. A lot of famous pop artists still alive to this day, I believe. Yes. Important for Jacob Collier, for example, nowadays. And I also know some musicians that are still getting like mentored and picked up by Quincy Jones. So he's still very active. Very hard-working man. I think trumpet player is how he started. Just a very complete arranger. Very knowledgeable. Bossa Nova, as I said before, is hard to explain. Bossa, yeah. A lot of people play bossa like this. Apparently, according to Nelson Faria, it should be like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. And also anticipate the chord change. Which is very interesting to think about. Of course, if you listen to João Gilberto and all, like, of course you hear both going through each other, but I think they just have more options than us if we don't know about it. So yeah, I don't think necessarily if tambourine is in bossa nova as important. I really think for me bossa nova is very the cool jazz of samba or something. It's just not the instruments, it's just not the chords that are more dense and more rich. Because, of course, in choros and sambas, there were very cool chord progressions and very interesting modulations. But in bossa nova, also the chords themselves became more richer with more higher extensions. I mean, tambourine is where the levada is. That I did not know. Okay. It's taken. João Gilberto is imitating the tambourine. Okay, good to know. yeah, tambourine, super important for Brazilian music. You have to know it. Especially as a guitar player, it's extremely important that you know what the tambourine does and how it sounds. And that's where that idea of here is how it looks like, and that's where that idea of having that thing that I talked about in the beginning, that you hear all those things that in a tambourine you also hear, like with the sticks, like you hear all those ghost notes, you hear all going on, and then you have these accents in between. And in bossa nova the chords became less staccato, they became more connected with each other. The rhythms were played more connected, more legato, more than usual, at least. There's a lot to talk about bossa nova. Also a lot to talk about how jazz musicians played bossa nova. One of the most interesting music styles in the world. Dave Brubeck, very good composer, piano player from the famous Take 5 recording that was actually composed by Paul Desmond, not by Dave Brubeck. Let me just make sure that I'm not lying. Paul Desmond, very good saxophone player, who has interviewed Charlie Parker. You can listen to an interview from Paul Desmond interviewing Charlie Parker on the radio or something, I think. Interesting. But Dave Brubeck, composer, piano player. A lot of piano players that did not like how Dave Brubeck played because they said they did not have a good time feeling, not good rhythm, kind of like mediocre piano player. But as a composer, like, he has a lot of, especially with odd time signatures. He had that Time Out album where he would do different types of time signatures into jazz compositions and different things. So very cool. YouTube influencers. That's me. I'm an YouTube influencer. I'm not a YouTube influencer. I think YouTube influencers, it means more like people maybe like Adam Neely or something, or maybe it's just a meme entry, or I don't know if there's jazz YouTube influencers even. I don't think Adam Neely is necessarily an influencer. Anyways, Dizzy Gillespie, if he was alive today, he would definitely have a YouTube channel and be a YouTube influencer. Dizzy Gillespie, very extroverted, wrote Salt Peanuts that we talked about before, big buddy friends with Charlie Parker, helped develop bebop together. A lot of songs, a lot of bebop heads are co-written with Charlie Parker. There are some tunes where Charlie Parker plays with Miles Davis that Dizzy Gillespie plays piano on. Also very good composer, especially for Latin jazz. He has a lot of interesting compositions like Con Alma and Night in Tunisia, where it's a very good, different type of style from other Latin jazz composers before and later on. Very important player and composer. And he was mixing jazz with Latin music, not just Brazilian music, but also Cuban music, Afro-Cuban also. Already way ahead of his time. And he lived long, and he played with a lot of musicians that are still alive today that got mentored by him. Cool jazz, we already talked about up on the tire above. about the birth. Oh no, on the same tire here. Yeah, about the cool jazz, start of cool jazz. Yeah, cool jazz, where you put glasses on while you play, sunglasses. Freddie Hubbard, I also mentioned him as the other extreme of Miles Davis, where Miles Davis is more sparse on his note choice and very conscious about the spaces that he leaves between the notes. Freddie Hubbard also conscious, of course, but filling much more notes in and being more aggressive, also timing-wise, than Miles Davis. Freddie Hubbard, very good bebop trumpet player, very technical, good also. Charles Mingus, important bass player, composer, very angry man. Lots of stories also in his band where he got upset and would hurt people or fight. He would like to fight people, all these things. Yeah. Very important bass player, person, composer. Some crazy arrangements from his own tunes, some crazy titles from his own tunes. There's a couple really funny ones. Yeah, Jackie McLean pulled a knife on him. Man. I heard that story, yeah. Charles Mingus. Tunes. Let's have a look. Okay. Hora de Cubitus. Okay, we're getting kind of weird. Okay, group of dancers, folk forms, meditation for a pair of wire cutters. So this is a meditation for a pair of wire cutters. What? The shoes of the fisherman's wife are some jive-ass slippers. That's the name of the song. From the album Let My Children Hear Music. So this was not a person that really cared about what you thought. He wrote a lot of things, also activist for people who, were discriminated or he was someone that if he wanted something, he would go after it. Have you heard the tape of Freddie Hubbard screaming at people in the crowd? There was a few angry guys. Freddie, what? Hubbard screaming at the crowd? Tape. When wild musician. It's from the press. This is an article. Okay. Drunken Adams. Was a disaster night. So this is a news article talking about jazz trumpeter Freddie Hubbard is the star of this article. Specifics: around 1967 at an unknown venue, probably in Europe. What do you mean, probably in Europe? Why Europe? You might have to... Maybe. I think this is like a description of what happened on the tape. On a bootleg tape that has been passed from collector to collector for close to 40 years, Hubbard can be heard unleashing some torrential trumpet riffs and then uncorking the full tirades to a jeering audience. Fuck you, why? In 1967. Is this what he said on your tape? Voice in the crowd says, go home. Well, okay, I'll go home. If you don't like me, kiss my ass. That's right, because you jive, you white motherfuckers, you the ones who started this shit. Let me show you, you the ones, da. Whoa. Starts to weep. Did he cry? He cries? How is this not a meme yet? He cried? Is this on tape? If you don't like me, kiss my... The drummer tries to launch into the next song. I won't do it. The aftermath is unknown, though this was not to be the last of Hubbard's meltdowns, nor the last to be caught on tape. Another was at Cleveland Club, the front row, where in 1977 he stormed off the stage screaming, Miles Davis, Miles Davis, Miles Davis. I ain't Miles Davis. Man, what a time to be alive. Imagine you go to a concert of Jacob Collier and he just starts screaming at everyone because you just he starts crying because he's not Jamie Cullum or something. Yeah, I'll look up so that we can see this tape. Tape. Angry crowd. Oh well, I'll find it. Thanks for the. I don't remember in crime. I just and if he cried. That's next level. Political jazz, yes. Charlie Mingus, political jazz. Charles Mingus, not Charlie Mingus. Heroin addiction, also important. A lot of musicians had this problem. It's definitely not something to be proud of or something that inspired or something that they tried. All of them tried to quit. Coltrane, cold turkey. Nothing to joke about. Is very bad. Also very tied to how it was to be a black person, really, in that era of being so much in contact with drugs around you. And there were musicians that would sell it around, pass it around. Like Philly Joe Jones was a very famous heroin dealer that would sell to Bill Evans, for example, to Coltrane even. Like he would make sure that he would sell the drugs to people in his band and these things. And more like him, not just Philly Joe Jones. It's quite normal in that time. So it's a vicious cycle and very hard to get out. They say Charlie Parker addiction started in his teens after a car crash. Yeah, it's just when your life is so, your life is just so vulnerable when you're in such a situation that when something bad happens, it's so easy when you have that in your environment as a quick feel better card or a quick if you see people around you doing it, it's just very complicated and it destroys a lot of people's lives, and there's no prestige or no glory, nothing glorious about getting addicted to drugs. Got hooked on morphine. Yeah. Bud Powell also had a lot of problems with that. It was more mental. I'm not sure if Bud Powell was necessarily a drug addict. But yeah. Maynard Ferguson. I actually know him because isn't he like the trumpet player that plays in a lot of jazz cruises? It's like also kind of fusion trumpet player. Maynard Ferguson. Oh, he passed away. Canadian jazz trumpeter and band leader. He formed his own big band in 1957, so he's a OG. He's yeah, that I did not know. I did hear some things. I don't remember why, but I did watch at least 2 concerts from him on YouTube, from somewhere live. I've never heard any of his albums, but I did see the things that I see was from Jazz Cruises actually. But I guess since he died in 2006, unless there's another Maynard Ferguson, it was before that. Or maybe I'm confusing with someone else. But I think it was Maynard Ferguson. Modes. It's not necessarily jazz specific. Modes can be, it's really a music theory rabbit hole where you can lose yourself super fast. Modes, you can think of it literally as a mode of a scale, a way of a scale, a mode as in type of a scale. Within a scale, you have 7 points, so you have 7 starting points. You have 7 types of the same scale that have different sounds. If you take that as that starting point, the different point as the starting point. That's where the idea of modal jazz came from, with Miles Davis, really thinking in modes. And there it's really important to clarify the root note of the mode, so that you don't have just that you're just playing a tonality, but that you can really hear that it's a Dorian mode and not necessarily just C major with a D on the bass or something. That you really thinking of that mode with that root tone. Music theory about melody. It's not necessarily modal jazz. I don't know if there's modal jazz later on, so I'm not going to talk about modal jazz now. Just the music theory part. Sonny Rollins, super famous. I think him, Cannonball Adderley, John Coltrane, some of my favorite all-time saxophone players, best improvisers. Now Sonny Rollins, I think he's not playing anymore because he cannot play anymore, unfortunately. He's still alive though. Kind of like Keith Jarrett, they cannot play anymore right now. And it's a sad situation, but they gave us a lot, and he still does interviews. And it's really a person that's dedicated. He even took hiatus. He went on a year, I think, even where he wouldn't play before he made the Bridge album, where he just focused on playing. So he was very focused on the art that he was making. Sonny Rollins is so cool. He digs guitar players. Jim Hall played with him. Peter Bernstein. I think his career really started with playing with Sonny Rollins. I don't know for sure. At least in the bigger picture. If you play with Sonny Rollins, then it's immediately a big thing. And he said that Sonny Rollins wouldn't pretty much say anything about how to play. If you play in his band, he said just play like you play, because that's why I asked you. He wouldn't say play like this or play like that, or can you do more this, can you do more that. You would have total freedom, and so responsibility. Different type of leadership than someone as Coltrane, for example, or Cannonball Adderley. And you can also hear that in their playing. Also played a lot with Miles Davis. Minor 2-5, so that's the variation from the 2-5-1. 251 can be major or minor. I can show you the sound. This is a 251 in major because it ends on major, and so the scale where you're deriving the chords from is major, C major. And then a minor 251 would be based off the C minor type of tonality. So then the 251 would be, the 2 would be a half diminished instead of a minor 7th. The 5 is a G7 or a dominant 7 still, but then with a flat 9. And there you can have different types of sounds, but it is the flat 9 is important and the flat 13. And then you get a C minor. So, yeah, that's a minor 251, the variation of a 251 in major. Russell Malone said the first time he played with Sony, he started to comping really fancy. Sony gave a murder look on him. After the gig, he said, "Russell, why do you think I started? I need space." Okay, so then maybe he did say... Yeah, but then I wonder if Russell Malone was playing differently than how he normally plays for some reason. So maybe then he did say something, I guess. Interesting. Russell Malone, he's an amazing guitar player. Comping, that is if you comping, just talked about it, play chords behind the soloist, if you do the accompaniment for the main voice. Multiple instruments can do this. Drums as a type of comping in their rhythms, how they with the snare drum usually. Bass can also comp, especially like in modern day sambas and stuff. You have like these big basses, bass guitars that can even play chords. So they can also even comp. Piano players comping chords, guitar also as well. And some saxophone players can also do comping, like Ben Wendell does it sometimes. It's just roles function in the band. Subdividing, that is if you hear if you hear a click, for example, and then you subdivide there all the rhythms within that click. So you have something like you can subdivide this space in a lot of different ways. So you can subdivide it in 2, so then you get 8 notes. You can have triplets, so you subdivide it in 3. You can have 4 subdivisions, so then you have 16 notes. You can have quintuplets, so then you have 5 notes. Too late for me to do that, but you get the idea. you can do it more and more and more, and then you hear these things. At least that's what I think they mean with subdividing. I don't think they mean the pitches of the notes. That can also happen, but Max Roach, super important drummer. Played a lot with Clifford Brown as well. One of my favorites improvisers in drums. I think also played with Charlie Parker. Yeah. Fretless bass. Think of Checo Pastorius. Think of yeah, just a lot of different electric bass players that have no frets to, because, well, usually well, wait, did Tiago Pastorius even play fretless bass? Because now I'm confused. Yeah, he invented the attribution to the invention of the fretless bass guitar is given to Jaco Pastorius between 1969 and 1970. Removed the frets from his Fender Jazz electric bass. Bill Wyman of the Rolling Stones was also known for playing a homemade fretless as early as 1961. But I guess then Jaco Pastorius was the more famous one as in the bass guitar to do it. I guess to imitate more the double bass sound, because of course double basses don't have frets. That would be ridiculous. Well, I bet they wished they had frets, but no. Yeah, it's yeah, this fretless bass. I think you don't think that's true? That Jaco Pastorius invented it. I think they just attribute the invention to him, but I don't think he came up with it himself. I think you see here that there were already people doing it before him. But yeah, that's the fretless bass. It's like definitely a different sound than a normal bass guitar. And nowadays you usually see I don't. Well, I have played with some fretless bass guitar players, but it's not as common. It seems if you listen to a lot of Jaco Pastorius. But Jaco also played with frets, I'm sure. I don't necessarily associate his sound with fretless bass. Jaco Pastorius, master of the fretless bass. I don't think that's true that he invented. I mean, 1970s first fretless electric. Yeah, true. You know, Wes recorded some stuff playing electric bass like it was a guitar. That I didn't know. I'll look it up in a second. Who invented the fretless electric bass? Article in Rocksmith from Ubisoft, so it's from a game. But yeah, not necessarily the most credible thing. Urban legend credits jazz bass master Jaco Pastorius, but whether the statement is true or not, he certainly popularized it before fretless basses were common or commercially available. So, yeah. I don't know if you trust this necessarily, but yeah. Wes was playing Monk's electric bass here. Wes Montgomery bass, but I guess with frets then. Yeah. Yeah, I never realized because I've listened to this. I've listened to these recordings, but I thought it was just like a really low recording or something. But yeah, this Body and Soul tune up. Apparently, people are not sure if it was like a 6-string bass guitar or and he just played it, or if it was an actual 4-string bass that he was playing. Yeah, because I've always thought it just sounds like a jazz guitar with really dark sound, but I guess it is an octave lower. Oh, quite an obscure mystery. Fretless bass. Paris. This just says Paris. Paris. Jazz. Jazz mystery. Jeffrey Boyle says, peace guitar, bro. Naka and his brother Monk was the first jazz musician to transition to electric bass in jazz. I've heard about that, yeah. Really good jazz. He played with Miles Davis, didn't he? Monk Montgomery. Really good family, like the trio. Yeah, I don't know what this refers to, Paris, about jazz here. If anyone has any idea, I'll go. Art Tatum, of course, the genius piano player, legendary chops master, can play anything, super fast, incredible sound. One of the best piano players ever. Died quite young, at 47, 46, more or less. Especially known for, the technical ability. So many stories of people walking into Art Tatum playing in a bar and just their minds being blown. It's insane jazz musician, revolutionized the jazz piano. And there's also a story of Herbie Hancock, I think, during a recording session with Miles Davis, where they have Art Tatum playing before they were recording, while they were discussing, and he was getting super distracted. He just said, "Please don't take Art Tatum out because I cannot play anything if I keep listening to how he plays." He's very inhumane talent. And going on, hard bop, already mentioned. It's the hard bop, the bebop that's more influenced with the blues. The famous players like Horace Silver that played a lot of hard bop. It's came after bebop. Usually was more tempos were more slower. The chords were more dominant 7, sharp 9-ish. A lot of blues scales also mixed in with major sixths and this type of things. And very cool stuff. I think Hancock 25 on. Wait, what is this name? You have the epitome of the jazz meme name. Hancock 251 XD Omega Lol. I think it refers to musicians like Kenny Clark moving and playing in Paris. Yeah, that's true. There's also here in the Netherlands. There's a famous jazz club in Leiden where Coleman Hawkins, I believe, played his last concert. There's also Dexter Gordon that played a lot around Europe. But I guess Paris, of course, is much more main hub. And also because of Django Reinhardt and those gypsy jazz was really a big thing. That hasn't been mentioned yet here in Iceberg. Rhythm changes, famous. I got rhythm tune from Gershwin that got reused a lot by bebop players, especially. Also, Lester Young has the Lester Leaps in, which is also rhythm changes. It's a chord progression that you can use. That's very good to practice. If you practice rhythm changes, you can play a lot of standards, especially if you transpose rhythm changes to other keys as well. It sounds like this. If I play the chords. You can also do a lot of reharmonizations with it. You can play a lot of different things. There's Eternal Triangle where you have a bunch. A lot of different chromatic 251s. You also have people that play Coltrane changes on the rhythm changes on the A part. You have this really cool rhythm changes tune called Celia from Bud Powell. That's really cool. That starts with half diminished, actually. Well, it starts with the B flat, but then goes to the half diminished, C half diminished. So you have a minor 251 that resolves to major. This is a very cool variation of the rhythm changes by a player that was contemporary to Charlie Parker. So a very cool tune to check out. Also very cool melody. Celia. Rhythm changes. The backbone of bebop, you could even say. You cannot play bebop if you cannot play rhythm changes. Dexter Gordon, super influential tenor saxophonist, lived for a period in Europe as well, played a lot in Europe, but Our Man in Paris is also a very famous album from him. At least, if I'm not confusing, it's already quite late, so I might be confusing names by now. Our Man in Paris. Really cool album. If you want to play ballads, you have to learn from Dexter Gordon. He plays ballads. He's the master of playing ballads. And he has this wonderful quote about how to play ballads. How to play ballads. Dexter Gordon. Well, it doesn't. I cannot find it right now, but it's basically that he would learn all the lyrics. He would. He cannot play a tune. The story was that someone asked to play a tune from the band, like, "Hey, maybe we can play this tune," And he said, no, man, I cannot play it because I don't know the lyrics to the tune, even though he doesn't necessarily sing. He's just a saxophone player. But it tells you a lot about the phrasing and these things. However, of course, these jazz stories are all jazz stories, and who knows, how true this is or not. But it is. I can imagine that at least he has a decent idea of how a singer would play this a ballad, for example. So very cool saxophone player, also very Latin influenced. Very cool Latin stuff. It's kind of like, Sonny Rollins, Dexter Gordon. Of course, there are different players, but Dexter Gordon, like laid back type of stuff. Laid back timing, master. Real book. It's the Bible of jazz, the Forbidden Bible. There's a lot of stories about the real book. I've never had an actual real book. Never bought it. Real book. What is meant by real book? The physical book which has paper pages instead of moving. Oh, this is something else. What do you mean by a real book? The real books can be held in the hands. Oh, come on. The jazz real book. Come on. You think I actually want to read a book? I want to read a real book. So who wrote it, actually? The official history of the real book. It's the go-to resource for jazz musicians, even though there are so many mistakes or things that are from a specific version, for example, Miles Davis. And as I said before, there's a lot of 2/5 ones that have been put here on these tunes without that much consideration for the original necessarily, more for improvisation-focused harmonies. So it's good to be aware of what the real book is for and what's its purpose and how to memorize the tunes by yourself from a version so that you don't get too attached to the idea of a real book. I haven't used the real book in a long time. I do use the iReal Pro app for the changes of tunes, for example. And then you can edit yourself the changes if you are thinking more of a specific version, or if you know the song, or if you hear the song and see that they're playing different changes here, and then you can figure out and edit it on the app. On a book, it's written there, so then you have to scratch out. It's more... you cannot change versions that easy, and you have what you have there. And in the app, at least you can add things, you can delete things, you can make... it's just much more handy. Bill Clinton refers, of course, to the famous video of Bill Clinton playing saxophone live on TV. Unfortunately, I don't have desktop audio, I think, still. So for some reason, it's not picking up videos when I play it here, unfortunately. But man, there's a very interesting version of him playing the blues. And also jazz, but there's even transcriptions of what he plays, and it's quite funny. Bill Clinton, the epitome of a saxophone player. Very cool. My favorite things: legendary recording, legendary tune, especially for John Coltrane, who became really famous when he made his version of My Favorite Things. but originally it was typical jazz waltz standard from a musical, from the Sound of Music, something like that. That's it. My favorite things. You can also refer to the album that's also called My Favorite Things from Coltrane. Some really cool tunes, also some more obscure tunes. You have this new album, well, new relatively, where you have this Coltrane reharmonizations. I don't remember how it's called. Yeah, Coltrane's Sounds, it's called, this album. And if I look up information about Coltrane's Sounds CD, you see, probably, if I'm not mistaken, it's recorded together at the same time as My Favorite Things. Yeah, it was recorded at Atlantic Studios during the sessions for My Favorite Things, after Coltrane had stopped recording for the label. And at the same time where we recorded My Favorite Things, he would also record like this 26-2. He also recorded Body and Soul, that famous version. A lot of things like Liberia, Central Park West, Satellite, Coltrane changes. So he was still experimenting, even though on the album itself, My Favorite Things. Which tunes were on there again? Yeah, so it has My Favorite Things, Every Time We Say Goodbye, Summertime, But Not For Me. And But Not For Me has some Coltrane changes. Summertime, also cooler version, 11 minutes long. Yeah, I love Coltrane. Buddy Rich tapes, those are the famous tapes of Buddy Rich going down on his band because they were not good enough or because they didn't play as good as he wanted. It's there's a lot to find about it on YouTube and everything. It's a lot of fun to see Buddy Rich getting angry, and not so fun for the bands, unfortunately. You can find them on YouTube. Space. What could it be? Any guesses? Jazz, space? Space music? Space marine? Space jazz. Space jazz. Apparently it's a genre by the guy who wrote the Scientology. Ron Hubbard. That's the guy who invented Scientology. He made an album called Space Jazz, apparently. Oh, it's an album soundtrack companion to the novel Battlefield Earth by L. Ron Hubbard. He composed the music for the album. That's very interesting. I'm not sure if that was what was the reference in the Iceberg, but very cool. Space jazz. If it's as good as Scientology is, then you should check it out. Blue Note Records, the famous Blue Note label that made the most influential jazz albums ever. that still exists today, the Blue Note label. You also have the Blue Note clubs around the world where you have really the best jazz artists that come by. Blue Note, based off the blues scale, Blue Note. That's where I guess the name Blue Note comes from. You have music education about college, conservatory, about how the music education, how it works, how what it's like to be in a conservatory and what happens afterwards. Yeah, it's very important, especially nowadays with internet and everything. Music education is becoming more and more a place of networking and meeting people and making connections and learning with in practical sense more than really learning about music theory. I think most people nowadays that go to the conservatory know more than people used to finish the conservatory like 30 years ago. With internet, you can learn a lot by yourself, but especially with a teacher there and with really inspiring people around you, then really pushes you to the next level. Kenny G Sucks. That's about a critique from Kenny G up here, from famous smooth jazz sax player that Pat Metheny completely made fun of, said that it's terrible, music is terrible. Yeah, and nowadays is a meme that Kenny G sucks. You can hear also a lot of memes about Kenny G here on YouTube. And jazz standards, the famous jazz tunes that everyone plays, that people make their own versions of, that people make. You have this Broadway type of music. You have this these tunes like My Favorite Things is a jazz standard, and then comes a musician like Coltrane who's super influential, makes a crazy version of a really cool version of the standard, or Miles Davis, or Frank Sinatra. And then people listen to it a lot and they make their own versions, their own interpretations. Jazz standards you can see as a template for an artist's identity. It's like a common factor that jazz artists have. So they play the same standards, and from there you see their identity by the differences. Like Coltrane's Summertime is so different than Frank Sinatra's Summertime. And with that, we finish the second layer of this iceberg with Coltrane. And we can go... Maybe it'll show up here. Anyways. Stan Getz theory knowledge. I guess this relates to how Stan Getz was a very intuitive type of jazz musician, so he didn't really knew chords, or I believe he didn't even know which scales or what are scales, what are the changes of tunes and these things. He did everything very intuitive by ear, and he learned a lot of tunes just by listening to it. He also learned how to play just by listening to it. There's many interviews that you can find about it. But he amazing ear. Also transcribed a lot of Lester Young, Charlie Parker later on. Residency artists. These are artists that are invited by a festival or venue to stay for a couple of days or weeks to play or give workshops when they are invited to, like Herbie Hancock had a residency at the North Sea Jazz Festival. He played a couple times and it was amazing. Jazz at Lincoln Center. That's the band of Wynton Marsalis, I believe, the orchestra there. And there's a YouTube channel, Jazz at Lincoln Center, that has a lot of tips, cool little segments about jazz and how to learn jazz. Transcribing is the main form of learning how to play this music. It's always my first advice if you want to get into jazz music. Start transcribing, start imitating jazz guitar players or jazz musicians in general that you want to sound like, and just check out what notes they are playing. There's many different types of ways that you can transcribe. Usually when you hear transcribe, you think of the word like literally write down, transcribing what someone is saying. That's where the word comes from. But there's many schools and many different opinions about what is the best way to handle transcribing. So it can be sometimes just by ear. You can do the whole solo. You can just do like a little part that you liked. More important thing is that you just do it and do it a lot. You can use it for technique. That's transcribing. One of the most important elements about learning the music. YATAG. This I don't know. This I will have to look up. YATAG. Meaning. Huh. Apparently it's related to Lester Young. Where was it? Ah, damn. I saw it somewhere. It was referenced. Something to do with you are the angel or something. This is a poem. As an interesting alternative to Oscar Hammerstein's romantic lyrics, the well-known and much recorded jazz bassist Red Mitchell wrote an alternate set of lyrics to All the Things You Are, which are published as a poem titled You Are in the 1999 book Keith Red Mitchell, Selected Poems, 1968-1992. You are your greatest composition, the one folks hear. You are your greatest composition, the one folks hear. When they hear your name, you are your spirit's own physician, the one who heals yourself. As a daily game, you can't create yourself. That job's been done, you can compose yourself. It's kind of fun. You are the people you have turned to, and you are the one who does what you do. Your major work of art is you. Reprinted with permission from Red Ink Music Co. Okay, cool. I had no idea about this. However, this is not exactly what I was looking for. Lester Young called this song YATAG for You Are the Angel Glow. So that's where it comes from. So if I put Lester Young, Jesus. And this is a whole thesis. Yeah, well, it's just a joke from Lester Young, I guess, from "You Are the Angel Glow." I think that's when you go to the bridge. I think that's it, honestly. YATEAG. Cool. Did not know that. Tritone substitution. That's when you substitute a dominant chord for the... You substitute, really what you do, you substitute the root. A tritone up or down is the same. So if you have a D7, you just go a tritone, the interval tritone, up or down, and you get a A flat 7 instead of a D7. The chord is pretty much the same, only the root changes. And if you think about scale and chords, if you believe in scale chords theory, then you would be doing a melodic minor kind of trick, usually. And you also have tritone substitution with 2-5-1, so you just add a minor 2 before that A flat 7, you add the minor 2 that comes from it, and you could replace D7 with a E flat minor 7, A flat 7, which is kind of cool. Jazz in Asia. I guess this is about how well received jazz in Asia is. Japanese jazz, super popular, also on YouTube. Sometimes you get recommended these crazy records from people who made super obscure records in Japan, and they just start popping up on your YouTube recommendations. Is jazz popular in Asia? Even so, jazz was being performed in a much larger number of cities and countries throughout Asia. In China, jazz bands could be found in Beijing, Qingdao, Weihai, Tianjin, and other treaty port towns. Hong Kong also boosted its own lively jazz scene. In Japan, cities such as Osaka, Kobe, and Yokohama had jazz clubs. So this is about performing jazz in the Pacific between 1920 and 1945. It's kind of funny that during the Second World War, then you still had jazz clubs in Japan, for example. Or maybe not. What is Japanese jazz called? Asian American. Attempts at fusing jazz with Japanese culture in the United States are commonly termed Asian American jazz. So that's when you, like Patrick Bartley, when he plays jazz tunes, anime tunes as jazz tunes. Cool. Quotes. Quotes is, I believe they refer to when you quote a tune or someone else's solo during your solo. So you have, that happens a lot in Charlie Parker tunes. When Charlie Parker solos, he does a lot of quotes from other tunes while he's playing a different tune. Dizzy Gillespie also. So it's part of the bebop tradition that you do some quotes here and there. If you start developing more knowledge about standard jazz tunes, then you start to recognize it more and more on people's solos. Weather Report is perhaps the most important fusion band of jazz, with Wayne Shorter, Joe Zawinul, Jaco Pastorius, and the drummers would change more. What a lot of people don't know is that Teen Town from Weather Report is actually played on the drums by Jaco Pastorius himself. But yeah, great band, just great records, very different way of playing for their time, also instrumentation. Sonny Stitt, underrated, missing an R. Yeah, Sonny Stitt is incredible, technical, vocabulary-wise. He's not just a Charlie Parker copy, absolutely not. He is very, very good, very, very good sound. But he did become popular in his time by sounding a lot like Charlie Parker, especially after Charlie Parker dying. But definitely check out Sonny Stitt for if you want to learn bebop, like really burning bebop. Don't overlook him. Also, he has a really cool rhythm head contrafact, eternal triangle, with some very cool alternative changes on the bridge. Very cool. Clave rhythm is, well, this can mean a lot of things. Clave is literally means key, and in general Cuban music or Latin music, not including Brazilian music, you have a certain pattern that repeats itself. So you have son clave, you have rumba clave, and this is all about how you usually have 2 bars, a clave, and you have a question and a response part of the clave, which is the 2-3 or 3-2, and those can turn around. So that's why you see son 2-3 son clave or something like that. Usually in Brazil they don't think so much in claves, they think more in a different way, in the levadas, but they do have a certain pattern. However, if you start listening to some bebop drummers and how they comp on the snare and these things, you can also hear some clave rhythms that they're thinking of. And so if you're like a comping instrument that plays chords and these things, then you can start thinking about that when you're just playing chords. Don't just hit random rhythms. Start listening to how the drum, what type of patterns they're playing. Maybe they're thinking of certain things that they're insinuating. And as a comping guy, is really cool to be aware of that and complement that. Or like if you're playing a solo, like Sonny Rollins with his trio, if he start listening, thinking about clave rhythms in jazz comping, you can hear a lot of it. So not just for Latin music. Freddie Hubbard, we already talked about him. We talked about his misadventures. I believe it's also repeated because here's Freddie Hubbard. If I go back, here it is also Freddie Hubbard. So 2 Freddie Hubbards. Speak No Evil, the first record from Wayne Shorter, probably his most important one. Great band there. Hard to say, no, it's not the most important one, but very good record. Coltrane Changes. It's almost a joke nowadays. I don't think Coltrane ever played Giant Steps live, at least recorded. But he did overimpose Coltrane Changes on tunes. And I think he also played some perhaps Satellite or something live. Coltrane Changes is when you modulate in major thirds. So you have, if you go from B, for example, a major third, up, you have D sharp major or E flat major, easier. And then if you go one more, then you have G major. And then if you go one more, you go back to the B. So you have an augmented triad where you modulate within. And between those modulations, you can have a dominant chord to prepare that modulation. That's basically what Coltrane Changes are. You can go up or down, so from B to E flat major, or you can go from B to G major, which also happens. There's many different types of ways to improvise over Coltrane Changes. Usually Coltrane himself would literally spell out those changes with the patterns 1, 2, 3, 5 and these things, and you could really hear it clearly, especially if he overimposed it over tunes that where they were not playing the Coltrane Changes. So then if you play those patterns, it's very obvious harmonically that you're playing it. But you could also use different approaches, like Chick Corea, for example. He would only play the minor 2 of the 5. So instead of having B major, D7 to G major, he would think B major, A minor, G major, and then one more F minor to E flat major. So instead of jumping so much, you can think of the minor counterparts as well during Coltrane Changes. Can give you a bit more different ideas or especially if you start thinking of melodic minor within those, for example, just to open up more instead of being so harmonically rigid on Coltrane changes. So check out how Chick Corea plays Coltrane changes. It's a different approach, but it works also really well. As an example, of course, there's many different ways. And it's also used to reharmonize a lot of tunes, Coltrane changes. Coltrane himself did it, but not for me. On the My Favorite Things album is I believe has reharmonization with Coltrane changes. Satellite is a reharmonization of How I the Moon with Coltrane changes. 26-2 is a reharmonization of Confirmation with Coltrane changes, and so forth. Takes a lot of work to integrate Coltrane changes into your playing. And sometimes it's best to let it go after you get it, honestly. Headhunters, that's the famous band and album from Herbie Hancock. Really cool fusion album as well. It's Watermelon Man, like this type of things. Just very good stuff. I think it's quite popular. Don't think it should be on the third category. Hammett Cohen, we saw a video from him from his channel last time. It's the guy nowadays in New York, especially in jazz, with making jazz popular and really getting his name out and playing with all the greats. The guy just with his YouTube channel. I think he started doing it during coronavirus, the lockdown. He would just start having concerts in his living room, and then he just live streamed it on YouTube, and then started to invite like really heavy cats, and it really became a thing, and it's still a thing. I try not to miss any. I try to watch later on. It's very happening. It's like the biggest guys play there. Pretty much. Afro-Cuban, that's Cuban, usually think of Dizzy Gillespie, 19 Tunisia and such, Manteca. But yeah, I wouldn't know exactly where the difference is between Afro-Cuban and normal Cuban music, standard music, Cuban music. I think maybe Afro-Cuban music could be also more switched around with 12/8 feel, like it's usually played con alma. You can play the A part, for example, with like a 12/8 type of Afro feel. Here above was the clave rhythm. You can play clave rhythms also in 12/8 feel, which is pretty cool to master. The Big Four. I also don't know. The Big Four jazz. What is the Big Four in jazz? The Big Four refers to the emphasis on the fourth beat of each bar in traditional jazz. I think that's what it means. The work moves through time, beginning with a strong Dixieland flavor, moving to the swing era, followed by 70s fusion, and finally a touch of indie grunge. Who created the Big Four? Bolden is also credited with the invention of the Big Four, a key rhythmic innovation on the marching band beat, which gave embryonic jazz much more room for individual improvisation. Also a thing that you hear a lot on the Miles Davis records was that Philly Joe Jones would use like a click on the four. These things was not Miles Davis told him to play that. So that's the Big Four. Jack McDuff, not get it mistaken, but I think I know who it is. Yeah, famous organ player who was the band leader who also discovered many famous jazz guitar players. Hard bop soul jazz from 1960s, credited with giving guitarist George Benson his first break. Yeah, it's very important, especially for jazz guitar players. Check out Jack McDuff. You'll have a lot of great guitar players. Even Ben Monder played in his band. Russell Malone. Pat Martino, I think, even. Yeah, it's great. And a lot of funny stories about his concerts and what would happen during his concerts. Apparently he was very outgoing. Let's put it that way. Body and Soul, probably the ballad standards to play in jam sessions. Everyone should know it, Body and Soul. Chick Corea, who unfortunately passed away, but talked about him already during Coltrane Changes. Great piano player. Also member of the Stan Getz band that revolutionized and kind of created, I think you could say it was the first fusion band with the Return to Forever band, actually, but then with Stan Getz, so it was before Return to Forever, which is from the record Captain Marvel from him. He has a lot of tunes written by Chick Corea. Circle of fifths is when you modulate, when you really just go in intervals of fifths through keys. So you have C, fifth above is G, fifth above is D, and so forth and so forth. And yeah, it's a great practice tool to like to practice scales or tufts and practice modulating and mentally adapting to it. And through each fifth jump, you gain a sharp or a flat in your modulations. Drop two voicing, not getting mistaken, but I do think I know what it is. Drop two chord voicings are formed by taking a chord and then dropping the next to the highest note to the lowest note of the chord. Yeah. So yeah, drop two guitar chords. The drop moniker comes from the way in which these voicings are generated. To create a drop 2 voicing, take a C major 7 chord that is stacked in thirds and drop the second note from the top down an octave. Dropping the third note from the third stacked C major 7 creates a drop 3 voicing. Amazing. The Sidewinder is a great record from Lee Morgan. Bird licks, so many bird licks. There's even so many bird licks that even Bird himself would quote himself sometimes during his own solos. There's many licks and they all work super well. It's definitely get an Omnibook and start getting them under your fingers, whatever instrument you play. Superimposition, kind of referenced in Coltrane Changes, when you impose a different harmonic elements on top of a tune. So if you have a 2-5-1, you can play Coltrane Changes on top of it, for example, as the most important thing is that you resolve it. That would be an example of harmonic superimposition. You can also use different scales for other chords. So if you have a G7, you could use an A flat melodic minor scale on top of it. Then you get like a G altered sound, as an example. And you can also do pentatonics. If you have a C major 7 chord, you could think of D major pentatonic on top of it. And you can also use triads, imposing triads on triads. That's the idea of superimposition. Police brutality. There's many events of police brutality towards jazz artists. most famously Bud Powell and Miles Davis, unfortunately. Juan Tizol, I think we talked about him last time. He's was the trombone player from Duke Ellington who wrote, among others, Perdido and Caravan. Fusion is the jazz style when you mix. Usually what they mean with fusion is when you mix pop funk music with jazz, because you could also say that bossa nova is fusion since you fuse jazz with Brazilian music, but usually what people mean is more like rock pop type of things mixed with jazz. Think of Weather Report. Yep. Joshua Redman, one of, if not the most famous saxophone player, jazz saxophone player nowadays. Great record with Pat Metheny as well. iReal Pro, that's the app that almost all jazz musicians nowadays use to get gigging. Very cool tool. You can just, if you play with singers, you can just change keys instantly and get all the right changes. So super nice. Traditionalists are people who are very, they stick to the tradition and they just play the normal, the original type of jazz, and they stick very much to it, or they are against new developments in jazz, so they stick very much to old-fashioned type of playing. Which is funny because in a way we all are traditionalists. It's just how far are you in the traditional sense, because everyone draws a boundary at a certain point. You can say that playing an instrument is a form of being a traditionalist, since people did that before you. A backdoor 2/5 is when you use, go a bit here. Yeah. Backdoor 2/5 is when you use 2/5 from underneath, and you actually are using Moldur, it's called, when you land from the minor part. So if you have 2/5/1 would be in C, would be D minor, G7 to C. In this case, you would do F minor 7, B flat 7 to C. So it goes from the back, C, B flat, you go high. That's basically it. Mark Taylor, I do not know. Jazz, Mark Taylor. Apparently he's the chief arranger for the United States Army Band. So he has some arrangements. Let's see if we can hear. Cool stuff. Apparently he has a lot of arrangements. So I guess maybe if you grow up in the USA with jazz bands, you probably play arrangements from him, I can imagine. Double time is when you play twice as fast as the tempo that you're actually playing. So that would be if you're playing, usually when you go to 16th notes, then you're playing double time. So what chords? We talked about it. It's those when you stack fourths on top of fourths, and you get these minor 11 type of chords that you hear. If you listen to the Bill Evans voicings, he actually has the top interval from his voicing, from the top two notes, is actually I believe a minor third, so F, A. So you have D to G is a fourth, G to C is a fourth, C to F is a fourth, and then you have F to A, which is a minor third. It's not always just fourths. Ron Carter is the super famous bass player from Miles Davis band, but also did a lot of own projects and is still playing. with his trio to this day. Really cool stuff that he does with Russell Malone on the guitar as well. Third wave, I do not know. No idea what third wave is. Third wave jazz. Third stream is called, is what they mean. Third stream is a music genre that is a fusion of jazz and classical music. Which I guess nowadays you see a lot of people who play jazz that mix stuff from classical music. So that's cool. I didn't know that they started doing that in 1957. Well, I think they did it before already, but I guess it was just coined that back in 1957. Cotton Club, famous jazz club in New York. Second wave. Man, second wave. Second wave jazz. The Wave, Second Wave. Is an album by Roland Haynes. Let's see. Apparently it's not really a jazz album. Nobody's quite wait, let me read this well. Nobody's quite sure who Roland Haynes is. As far as anyone knows, the keyboards and band leader played on precisely one record, his own. This one, 1975, and then disappeared, leaving behind a half hour of ankle-snapping jazz funk played so fast with such meticulousness, it's practically comical. What's more, because Haynes shares duties on second wave with one-time Pharoah Sanders, sideman Kirk Lightsey, and nobody thought to write down whose keyboard is whose. We can't even be sure what Haynes is doing on this record, which means he's a ghost in his own machine, playing with ferocious anonymity from either the extreme left or extreme right margin of producer Jerry Russell's beautiful white stereo image. When it comes to obscurity, Roland Haynes makes Jandek look like DJ Khaled. Okay. It's man. Interesting. Second wave. Would be cool to listen to. I think it's gonna sound like a Beaches Brew or something. Like a weird fusion of things that were not meant to be. Triad pairs is when you pair up triads. So you could do it as an example when you're improvising, that you use F and G as two triads and you start developing lines out of them. Or you can think of it as voicings. So if you have a C major 7, you can think of it as two triads actually. The C triad and the E minor triad. And then you get the notes from the C major 7, the 4 notes. And from there you can start up developing voicings by using two triads. So C and B minor, that would get you the C major 7, 9, sharp 11, for example, just by using two triads. So you can use it in different types of ways. Barry Harris has a lot of educational material on YouTube from Barry Harris. You can call him the godfather of bebop because he has so many things to say. And he plays amazingly, of course. If you want to learn bebop, just check him out on YouTube. There's many things about him. Jazz voicings, that's how you voice a chord. So that's literally how you put the notes of a chord together. So you can, if you have a D minor 7, the notes are D, F, A, C. And you can, how you voice them, so how you structure the chord, that's called a voicing. So you could do it in thirds, so then you get the normal, what I just said, the F, A, C. Or you can actually go higher, change the F, put the F higher, and then you get D, A, C, F, for example. So that would be a type of voicing. that you can do. Or you can just mix a lot of different things. There's a whole can of worms with jazz voicings. Arguably more important than what type of chord you're playing. Sometimes it's more important which voicing you're playing, how you're playing a D minor 7 than the fact that it is a D minor 7. Pat Metheny tapes are, there's some YouTube videos where you can hear Pat Metheny crack down on his students about how his rhythm is not good enough. I listened to that tape a lot of times, and it's very good study material, because I knew that he would say the same to me if I played with him. Check it out. I don't know if it's still public anymore, because I think the owner didn't like the fact that it was public for that long. But if you can find it, very good stuff in there. I think I made I wrote word for word what he said there, even back like years ago. Brecker brothers are Michael Brecker, Randy Brecker, super important musicians in the jazz history. Check them out. Brecker Brothers band is you have to check it out. Counterfacts are what you call, especially in bebop, in the bebop era, you have these tunes where the tune already exists, and then bebop guys would write a different melody on top of the chords and maybe change a little bit the changes to make them more improviser friendly. So that's the idea. First wave. Man, how many waves? First wave jazz. Oh, so that's literally the beginning of jazz, with guys as King Oliver, who later on brought Louis Armstrong. So it's the beginning of jazz, the first wave, literally. Yeah. Fletcher Henderson. I've heard this name before, but I don't know where. He's an arranger and improviser from New Orleans, other areas of the country to New York. They merged with dance band tradition that relied heavily on arrangements written out in musical notation. So I guess the beginning of the notation process of New Orleans jazz could be, perhaps Fletcher Anderson played a big part on it. I believe he was a clarinet player. I think so. Jazz Crusaders. I know the Jazz Messengers. Jazz Crusaders, I do not know. It's a jazz fusion group. Successful from the 1960s to the 1990s. Okay, what happened to them? Wayne Henderson died. People tend to die. In Houston. Okay. Who played guitar? Larry Carlton. Oh, that's interesting. Cool. I'll have to check it out then. Jazz Crusaders. Jazz voicing stuff we already talked about. Marsalis Twins. I do not know about the Marsalis Twins. What is going on here? That's not the Wynton Marsalis, that. Huh? Jazz. What? These are not the Marsalis twins. They're imposters. Are these the Marsalis twins? The Potash twins? No, they were just guided by Wynton Marsalis. That's why it's popping up. Does Wynton Marsalis have a twin? I know that Marsalis is a jazz, like a family that's rich in jazz. Could that be it? Yeah, damn. I wouldn't know. Marsalis twins. Marsalis twins. Oscar Peterson. Yeah, the jazz piano player that incorporated blues a lot into his bebop, into the bebop language, from Canada. Hosted a TV show that made jazz very popular in Canada. Was a hero of Duke Ellington. Duke Ellington really liked how Oscar Peterson played. And I believe he inspired him for Duke Ellington to start playing more bebop type of things later on in his life. Cool. But yeah, you have to check out Oscar Peterson. So many great albums. I think Night Train, I think, is one of the coolest ones from him. There's so many. Also really cool to check him out playing drumless trio, so trio with guitar and bass. That he did a lot. I believe that's his favorite trio formation that he got from the Nat King Cole, which was a big inspiration for him, how Nat King Cole played piano. So yeah, he always played with very good guitar players, also very good bass players. Very cool to check out. Also good for your technique if you transcribe him, because there's some killing tempos there. Cool blues lick. That's the something like that. That's from the tune Cool Blues. No, there's a Cool Blues. Charlie Parker. Lead sheets. Because he quotes himself in another tune, where he's just, damn it. Here it is. I mean, it's cool lick. It repeats 3 times as a standard in blues. Not sure about this D flat minor 7 that goes to C minor. Perhaps he plays it. Could be. But yeah, that's the cool blues lick. Cool lick to learn. It's Charlie Parker lick also. And he plays it himself in a different blues tune. I don't remember now which one. But it's a cool lick, literally. Impulse Records. Man, Impulse Records, it's a label. Jazz, who was on Impulse Records? I think Coltrane was on Impulse. John Coltrane was among Impulse's earliest signings. Thanks to consistent sales and positive critics of his recordings, the label came to be known as the house that Train built. So it's the Coltrane label. Achieved early success by signing Ray Charles, who had just ended his contract with Atlantic Records. Okay. So they also signed Gil Evans and then later on John Coltrane. Oh, that's a really cool album. The Blues and the Abstract Truth by Oliver Nelson. If you haven't checked that out, killing bands. Yeah, all-star group here, featuring Freddie Hubbard, our friend, Eric Dolphy, Bill Evans, Paul Chambers, Roy Haynes. Amazing album to check out. Apparently it's also on Impulse Records. So check it out. Nelson played an important role in the label's early years before relocating to Los Angeles, where he became an arranger for film and television. Taylor left Impulse in the summer of 1961 after being approached by MGM to become the head of Verve Records. Well, he was doing a great job in Impulse Records by getting all these guys. Man. Cool. So I guess that's they also probably got really big with John Coltrane Quartet success. Interesting. Slash chords, those are the chords where you have, we talked about triad pairs before, where you have two triads that go along together, that can give you a 7th chord. And when you get slash chords, which you can find a lot in this bass player guy. Oh man, getting a blank now. The bass player from that plays with John Scofield, that older guy, John Scofield. Bass. Oh, come on. The guy who also played with Jim Hall. Steve Swallow, of course. Steve Swallow. There's many tunes from Steve Swallow that have slash chords. And sometimes when you see a lead sheet, sometimes slash chords, they mean that you just play a chord and then you put a different bass note on it than you would expect. So C major 7 slash B, for example, or C slash B. And sometimes they literally mean like 2 chords at the same time. Like C major 7 slash D major 7. I don't know. Usually I see it more in the context where you have a different bass note, but there are people that write it like that. But maybe they are wrong. Slash chords. I think especially for piano players, when you can get like really polychords into your voicings, it's very interesting. Joe Jones' symbol is of course referring to the famous Charlie Parker history where Papa Joe Jones threw a cymbal at Charlie Parker during a jam session because he was playing terribly, and he said it almost decapitated him. And then Charlie Parker went on a this was before Charlie Parker was Charlie Parker, and he went practicing a lot, and that's why he became great, because Joe Jones threw a cymbal at him. Some differing stories. Some people say that he just threw a cymbal to the ground and stopped playing or something, and then everybody left Charlie Parker out of the stage. Yeah. Dry martini. Probably referring to crooners. Yeah, I have no idea what it refers to, because Dry Martini is just, I guess, a jazz trio. I don't know. Like a working, playing guitar for sounds of a Dry Martini. I mean, I don't even know what a Dry Martini is, I think. Does it mean that you don't add ice? Well, now we're exploring the real questions. Dry indicates that very little vermouth has been added to the cocktail, so the gin is the primary focus. The typical ratio is 6 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. However, order extra dry and you'll get the slightest splash of vermouth or even just a glass coating wash. Okay. Is dry martini just vodka? Any martini? Well, okay, we get it. Unforgettable duet. Unforgettable. There's many unforgettable duets in jazz. Natalie Cole. Oh, that's the where she plays. She sings together with a recording of her father that passed away, or something like that. And cool. That's the only way that I think you can make a recording of a recording, playing along with the recording of a musician that passed away or something, is if he's related to you or there's something important there that gives you the permission to do that. Because there's also other examples where it's not so nice to do that. But yeah, that's what it's referring to. Unforgettable. Transcribe. Just transcribe. Rudy van Gelder. Amazing producer, one of the biggest, I think, the Rudy van Gelder studio. Where was he exactly? Like an engineer? Yeah, recording engineer specialized in jazz. He recorded a lot for Blue Note and I believe almost every session from Blue Note Records from 1953 to 1967 was Rudy van Gelder. So super important for the jazz sound from that era. Subliminal playing. I guess that's when you play good. Subliminal playing. Jazz. Subliminal jazz. Subliminal therapy. Jazz. Cool. Wayne Shorter, member of the Miles Davis Quintet, member of Weather Report, his own band, made Speak No Evil. Good friends with Coltrane. Good friends with John Coltrane. He also worked on Coltrane changes with Coltrane. You can see it on Fefi Fofum. The changes there are kind of related to Coltrane changes in a way. Yeah, Saxophone Colossus refers to the album from Sonny Rollins. Was also his nickname because Sonny Rollins was so tall. We got this. Django Reinhardt, famous jazz guitar player, gypsy jazz guitar player from Belgium that played mostly in Paris when he was really big. Burned his hands, so he could only play with 2 fingers, a bit of the third. And he played amazingly. Great jazz guitar player. Also played some electric guitar. There's some recordings with him and Duke Ellington where he plays electric guitar. Columbia Records is another big jazz label. Lester Young versus Coleman Hawkins. That refers to different approaches into improvisation. Lester Young is a much more melodic type of player. Thinks much more in lines and how melodic you're playing. Coleman Hawkins is much more harmonic and vertically through changes. If you listen to Coleman Hawkins on Body and Soul, he's really playing out the changes with lots of arpeggios. Lester Young plays much more horizontally, so much more linear with importance of the direction of the line. Music for musicians, that's what jazz is. Melodic versus technical. Yeah, I mean, technical can be melodic and melodic can be technical. So, different ideas. Devil music, that refers to what jazz was called at the start of it. Yeah, that, you know, whenever something new comes up where it is rock and roll, jazz music, bebop, it's weird, so you just call it the devil music. That's the easy way to deal with it. That was the third tire from Cotton Club, and now we move to the evil Charlie Parker category. Charlie Parker Taxi refers to the incident where Charlie Parker actually, they say they hit a chicken. The taxi driver hit a chicken on the road, and Charlie Parker said to stop, got the bird, and took it home for dinner, and that's how he got the nickname Bird. So the legend goes. Quartal voicings is when you, like in So What, when you stack in fourths into your voicing to get a big, different type of sound. So different type of intervals in your voicing, more fourth voicings. Village Vanguard, famous jazz venue in New York. A lot of jazz albums like the Bill Evans or the Sonny Rollins one that are live in Village Vanguard. That's here. Universal Studios Fire. That I don't know. Do you mean that Universal Studios is fire? Lit? ...2008 Universal Studios Fire. I guess a lot of... it was in 2008. Lost a big amount of master tapes from movies, and I believe also music. There's multiple fires also apparently, but I think there were more than only the 2008. I think it's the most recent one. Yeah. Guinness Cork Jazz Festival. No idea what you mean. Cork Jazz Festival. The Cork Jazz Festival is an annual music festival held in Cork City, Ireland in late October. The first festival began on Friday, 27th October 1978 and has been held every year since. The festival is Ireland's biggest jazz event and attracts hundreds of musicians and thousands of music fans to the city each year. Okay. I guess it's just a jazz festival. Maybe the person who made this is from there and they want to advertise it. I don't know. Song X is a great album by Pat Metheny with Ornette Coleman. Super cool to check out. Also Charlie Aiden, I believe, on bass. Coltrane's Circle Study. I think that refers to the famous image from John Coltrane. Coltrane's Circle Study. Yeah, to this. Illustrating the mathematics. Really, I think it's quite self-explanatory about the interval and the relations between the different intervals. I think it looks more impressive than what it actually comes down to it. It's pretty self-explanatory if you take some time to go through it. Maybe I can do it some other time. The altered scale is the seventh. If you start the melodic minor from the seventh note, it's a mode from the melodic minor. So C melodic minor is the same as the B altered scale. That's how you can see it. Horn players don't know piano voicings, I guess. I I mean, the Wayne Shorter, for example, who he would write out exactly which voicing he would want on his tune often. So I'm not too sure about that. Francis Wolff is the leading jazz photographer, apparently, from Blue Note, who did all those famous Blue Note pictures. Cool. Miles Davis is a playboy. Of course, so many stories of Miles Davis driving around in expensive cars, picking up hot girls. It's countless stories. Simon Fransman is a Swedish, I believe, YouTuber that makes a lot of funny memes, jazz memes. I think he invented the jazz memes topic by himself. He started doing it also like on the Facebook group Jam of the Week, where he would post the tune of the week, but then on like an extreme meme format. Cool YouTube to check out. Philadelphia refers to how there's so many great musicians that come from Philadelphia. Like Benny Golson, I believe, and John Coltrane himself comes from Philadelphia, I think. Or not? Yeah. The Church of John Coltrane, which is situated in Philadelphia as well. It's the Church of John Coltrane is in New York, I thought. Which is about the teachings of John Coltrane, about how he lived his life, and so forth. No, it's in San Francisco. And this is it, with him, the man, right here. Church of the Saint John Coltrane has preached jazz gospel for 50 years. He better play Giant Steps. Dreamweaver, I think that's an album from Wayne. Dreamweaver. It's from Charles Lloyd Quartet. I do not know this album. From the Atlantic label, featuring Keith Jarrett, Cecil McBee, and Jack DeJohnette. From 96. Which year is this? (1966). I should check out this album. I've never heard of it. Huh. Cool. Dreamweaver. Blues and the Abstract Truth, we talked about. Great album with an all-star band from Oliver Nelson. Machine Gun Jazz. Second album by German avant-garde jazz saxophonist Peter Brotman. Originally released on his Bro label in 1968. It's later reissued. Okay. So I guess it's like a avant-garde jazz album. Also we'll check out. Haven't heard of it. Charlie Parker practice tape. That's there's some practice tapes of where you can hear Charlie Parker practicing. I think there's one famous with the guitar player where they play Cherokee. I think you can find them on YouTube. Free jazz, that's when you play jazz for free. You don't get paid, actually. Royce Hall, I don't know. Royce Hall. It's a venue in Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah. With 1,800 seats. That's how it looks like. Cool. Miles Ahead is a really cool Miles Davis album to check out. Who was in the band? It was an interesting way of playing there. Miles Ahead. From 1957, so before Kind of Blue. First collaboration with Gil Evans after Bird of the Cool. Cool. Gil Evans combined the 10 pieces that make up the album into a suite, which following into the next without interruption. The only exception to this rule was on the title track, since it was played last on side A. Davis is the only soloist on Miles Ahead, which features a large ensemble consisting of 16 woodwind and brass players. Art Taylor plays drums on the sessions, and the then current Miles Davis Quintet member Paul Chambers was the bassist. That's cool. Also with a tune from Hama Jamal, which Miles Davis was a huge fan of. Tune New Room Oba. The Crypt. The Crypt. That's also a jazz venue in the UK. Straight Ahead Jazz. S. Two S's. I don't know. I think they just mean, like, when you say straight ahead jazz, that's like the traditional type of jazz where you just play swing, the bass walks, piano comes, and the sax solos usually are. Like, you play changes regularly, there's someone comping, or you comp yourself, and yeah, that's what they mean usually with straight ahead. Think of 1950s, 1960s way of playing straight ahead jazz. I guess it's funny for this person. The Creole started jazz. That's interesting. The Creole started jazz. I wonder what you mean. Creole started jazz. The Creole origins of jazz. It's a whole essay. On a very general level, jazz is constituted as a quintessentially Afro-American music form that originated in widely disparate locales across the United States at roughly the same time, and perhaps the only indigenous American art form of world significance. My purpose is not to challenge this vague characterization in all its particular, but to elaborate upon a query occasionally broached in social history, namely, what kind of society could have produced the phenomenon of pre-recorded jazz music? I shall suggest that in its early stages during the late 19th century, jazz could not be accurately characterized as even American because of the Creole. Okay, just to clarify, Creole, what is Creole? Creole peoples are ethnic groups formed during the European colonial era from the mass displacement of peoples brought in to sustain contact with others. So, slavery, I would imagine. Kenny G, What a Wonderful World. That's when Kenny G decided to record himself playing along with the original Louis Armstrong recording of What a Wonderful World. That got a lot of backlash from the jazz community. Famously, Pat Metheny, who called them, well, enough. I think you can find it on YouTube. Pat Metheny, Kenny G. It's a lot of fun. Bud Powell shock therapy is when after, what was it? When Bud Powell started to have problems with the police, they decided to give him shock therapy to help with his condition. And it did not help. He underwent 40 shock therapy treatments. Tragic. Maiden Voyage, famous tune and album by Herbie Hancock. The Murder of Lee Morgan, you can find it on, it's a documentary about it, how his wife caught him cheating and went to, he was playing live, or he was about to start playing live, and his wife came in with a gun to the venue and shot him while he was on stage. Lost Coltrane tapes, you can find the new Coltrane releases, which are not actually new because he has been dead for years, decades. But there's many tapes where Coltrane is still is playing with his quartet or different iterations, and it hasn't been released yet, so hopefully we'll see more, as since it's very interesting. Steps Ahead. I knew this. Steps Ahead is a band, a Latin, from Eddie Gomez, I believe, the old bass player from Bill Evans, and it has Michael Brecker in the band, among others. It's a really cool band. It's jazz fusion, but more on the Latin side. That's with rock influences. It's a great band. Swing percentage is about how much swing you do. So usually if you have 8 notes, it's straight 8 notes, then it's 50-50. On swing, you start to divide it more uneven. So then you would have, for example, 60-40. Then the first one lasts longer, and so forth. So different drummers have a different swing percentage, if it's 60 or if it's 57, 55, or even 75 or 70 or these things. That's the swing percentage. Chick Corea, Scientology. He was a Scientologist, saved him from his huge drug addiction. So, but it did make him a big Scientologist who also tried to convert band members. Polyphonic improvisation, when you have multiple solo players improvising at the same time. Sketches of Spain, famous Miles Davis records that came later after Miles Ahead, with also Gil Evans as the arranger. Extrapolation, I do not know what it is. Extrapolation Jazz is an album with John McLaughlin from 1969, released in the UK. Yeah, I should check out more John McLaughlin. It's like a jazz rock kind of thing. Also played a lot with Miles Davis. Benny Golson, Impressions. Does that mean that Benny Golson played Impressions? I mean, Benny Golson, good friend of John Coltrane. But no, he did not play Impressions. Impressions is the tune and contrafact of the So What tune by Miles Davis, and Impressions is from Coltrane. Arnold Coleman, very different type of saxophone player, more into the free jazz type of playing, much more melodic, not so much to do with changes, but more with keys and textures of keys. Sheet of sound is the thing that Coltrane was trying to do, with trying to play so many notes so fast that it would create a sort of blanket of notes that you can hear it on the Miles Davis Quintet, especially albums, where he's playing so fast that you just hear like the whole scale almost at the same time. Cecil Taylor is a very free type of jazz piano player that would play very free, almost percussively on the piano. Round Midnight Movie. It's a movie about... I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard about it. Seems like it's good. Buying real books can be a problem, since you're buying copyright free, not entirely legal books. So the Jazz Corner, this I also do not know. The Jazz Corner, I think it's a venue as well, again. Yeah, legendary award-winning jazz club, the Jazz Corner, from in the USA, Hilton Head Island. Cool. Keith Jarrett is a jerk because he asks his audience to be silent, not cough during his concerts. And yeah, apparently also in different situations he's not the most friendly person. Far East Suite, I do not know. It's an album by Duke Ellington that has, among others, the tune Isfahan. It's a really cool tune. From 1967, after they toured Asia. Faring Jazz Bistro sounds like a jazz venue again. Yep, jazz venue from St. Louis. Bob Weinstock, also do not know. American record producer from Prestige Records. Yeah, he founded Prestige Records. Also involved with Coltrane. Apparently Blue Train was there. Previn and Peterson. Andre Previn and Oscar Peterson is what this refers to. I think it's this cool piano duet that they play together. Do check out. It seems like it's recommended by a lot of people. Let me see if I can find it quickly. Oh well. Do check it out. West Coast, pretty self-explanatory. There's a big difference with how people on the West Coast play from jazz compared to the East Coast. Think of Lenny Tristano, Wes Montgomery, Charlie Parker. East Coast is usually much more bebop. West Coast is much more mellow. Monk voicings. There's a lot of seconds there. A lot of clashes. Specific type of way of voicing it. Ascension is an album by Coltrane, very modern, very free, with Archie Chap also among others, where there's a lot of polyphonic improvisation. And with that, we go to the last part with the Miles Davis right there looking terrified. The last category, completely dark here. New Standards refers to the album, I believe, from Herbie Hancock, I think. New Standards. Oh no, there's Kenny G, apparently. Cool. I cannot recommend enough. Glenn Miller, Actual Death. It's getting conspiratorial. What really happened when Glenn Miller disappeared in 1944? Apparently he went missing when in 1944 after heading out over the English Channel on a small military plane bound for Paris. Almost from the moment the world learned Miller had gone missing, conspiracy theories began to emerge like puffs of smoke from the Chattanooga Choo-Choo, and they've never really stopped as each new generation discovers the mystery and publishes books and articles purporting to have solved it. But Tennis Prague and Miller's family is doing its best to end all crazy speculation. 2009, Steve Miller, Glenn's son and big donor to the Glenn Miller Archive, asked me if I would consider dealing the last series of sensationalist books. I said enough is enough. Glenn Miller never boarded the plane but was assassinated after General Dwight Eisenhower sent him on a secret mission 1 or 2 days earlier to negotiate a surrender from Nazi Germany. He made it to Paris, where he died of a heart attack in a bordello. The small plane he was on was destroyed by bombs jettisoned from a phalanx of Allied bombers passing overhead on their way back from an aborted mission over Germany. Interesting. Crazy stuff. Jazz in the USSR. I cannot wait to hear how that sounds. Detroit Red. That I did not know. Apparently one of the best jazz clubs in Detroit. Every year we lose more greats as they get older. That's true. AZT. Man. AZT. An Hungarian folk rock band that draws upon the repertoire of... What? Oh. It's a drug. The first approved HIV/AIDS drug from 1987. Okay. Wait, why is this? Why is this here? David Sanborn illness. David Sanborn illness. In an interview in the March edition of US Jazz Monthly Downbeat, famous jazz saxophonist David Sanborn revealed that he's been increasingly suffer from post-polio syndrome. He was diagnosed with polio age 3 in St. Louis and spent a year in an iron lung, followed by 2 years in bed. Yeah, that sucks. And there's still cases of polio happening today. Dave Gardola fraud. What? I'm writing so the word gets spread about the current state of former mouthpiece maker Dave Gardola. He has contacted dealers around the world claiming to sell vintage saxophones, but in reality he's using this as a means of getting unsuspected people send him considerable amounts of money. He's already known by police for lodging fraud, but his whereabouts are unknown, although he claims to reside in Frankfurt, Germany. I have personal experiences of this and truly wish that this couldn't go on any longer. If anyone knows anything, please let me and everyone else know. Huh. What a weird... There's many scams about it, apparently. Amazing. Apparently he's in jail. Jaco Pastorius murder. That I do not know. A Wilton Manors nightclub manager pleaded guilty Monday in the beating death of jazz great Jaco Pastorius. A plea bargain allowed Luke Avon, 26, of Oakland Park, to plead guilty to a reduced charge of manslaughter in return for a sentence of 21 months in prison and 5 years of probation. So that's the guy who killed Jaco Pastorius. Died on the street. Berkeley creates robots. I guess that refers to how Berkeley creates only technical proficient musicians and without feeling. Miles Davis, first class. Miles Davis, first class. It's a compilation from apparently a compilation, Belgian compilation, for more than 20 CDs from different labels. I guess then you get the full picture from his career. Almost played on LSD. I believe that. If you haven't, go check out album That's all I say. Jazz only exists in education. I would say not. Definitely not. And however, jazz is one of the best ways to learn music, because you get a really complete picture of how music works just by learning jazz and jazz music. Charlie Parker's actual omnibook photo that I have to see. Charlie Parker actual omnibook photo. Man, that's crazy. So this is how it looks like. That's what we all know. You just put myself here. That's the famous Charlie Parker picture. But apparently it's been edited by the book people, and this is how he actually looked like. It's kind of sad. It seems like there was some photo editing done on these pro shots. Certainly explains the old story that at Bert's autopsy, the coroner mistakenly estimated his age to be 50 and 60 years of age, while he was only 34. Huh. Yeah. However, yeah, as they say, like the hand seems to match. But here, yes, this looks like a joke. Very funny. But believable. Horowitz and Tatum. Tatum refers to Art Tatum, I believe. Horowitz, Tatum. And that's classical piano legend Vladimir Horowitz frequently came to hear Art Tatum play and said that if Tatum had taken up classical piano, he would have been the greatest piano player ever. I think you don't have to play classical music to be the best of anything. Jazz musicians know 90% of the Iceberg while everyone else knows 5%. I think so. Well, I think I knew more like 80. There's a lot of things that I didn't know. Eric Dolphy, A-Train solo. Yeah. Be careful when you check this out to make sure that you're prepared mentally. Acid jazz was a fad. Debatable. This Ryo Fukui Scenery 1976 is the one of those Japanese jazz albums that keeps getting recommended over and over by YouTube, and everyone eventually comes across it if you listen to jazz on YouTube, and it's a good album. Blank forms is when you don't have form. Like I think you could say that Ornette Coleman improvisations or tunes, usually when you improvise, are blank forms, kind of in that way. And Thelonious Monk's 25 tips you can check out. It's a long list of tips that he gave, I believe, a musician that was replacing for a band member of his, and he gave 25 tips to prepare to play. And it's some pretty good tips to check out. I think it works for everyone still nowadays. Yeah. Thelonious Monk 25 tips. Look out if you want some inspiration. I think this should be a bit higher, but it's fair enough. Yeah, that's are the 25 tips. And this is the whole jazz iceberg. There are a lot of things that I didn't know. It's cool to cover it. Cool to have a jazz iceberg. I haven't seen it yet. So it's cool that I got to go through it. And hope you guys learned some cool stuff as well. And next time we'll go through more other things. If you have any recommendations, let me know what cool things we could go through. I have some ideas of myself, but I was really looking forward to go through this whole thing. And there's some things that I definitely took note of, like this. There was an album here, Dreamweaver, that I definitely have to check out, and among other things. So cool. Thanks, guys, for sticking with me with this jazz Iceberg, especially if you stayed all this time. And I'll see you guys next time.